On and turned it back off again. Morning. I'd like to call the meeting of the State Board of Medical Licensure to order. At this time, we will have our invocation by Dr. Lippincott, and Dr. Givens will then lead us in the pledge.
Dear Lord,
we stand up.
Dear Lord, we thank you for the privilege of practicing our sacred profession. We ask that you bless these proceedings to help us ensure the highest standards of care for the people of Mississippi. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which is
all right, so I need volume with
At this time, Dr. Cleveland, can you please give the roll call? Present.
Dr. Joyner.
present.
Here.
Dr. Roth,
present.
Ms. Games. Madam President, you have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to acknowledge our guest, Ms. Julie Brown, who's our court reporter. Good to see you back. And we will take this time to open the floor for any announcements or comments from the public. And do we have anybody else on Zoom? Okay. All right. Hearing none, we can move on to the reappointment. Stand up front. Okay. So at this time, we're going to have the reappointment of our current board members. Yeah, it's swearing in. It's
It was close, but I got reappointed.
Here you go. Let's get that out your way.
Yes. Okay.
You came in to get
We ready to take our oath? All right. I state your name. Do solemnly swear or affirm
solemnly swear
that I will faithfully support the Constitution of the United States
Constitution of the United States,
and the Constitution of the State of Mississippi,
Constitution of the State of Mississippi,
and obey the laws thereof,
obey the laws thereof,
that I am not disqualified
not disqualified
from holding the office of member
with the office of member
of the Mississippi State Board of Medical Licensure,
of the State Board of Medical Licensure,
that I will faithfully discharge
that I will faithfully discharge
the duties of the office upon
the duties of the office upon
which I am about to enter.
some content.
So help me God. Congratulations.
So you re-upped. Yeah.
So congratulations and welcome.
Thank you. Yeah.
Welcome back. We are now gonna move forward to on the next item on the agenda, which is the report from the executive director.
So we'll just hit the usual numbers before we get into a couple of other things. But in March and April, licenses issued between MD and DO was 140. The last period that we measured, it was 72. Of course, we're getting into that time of year where we have more licenses issued. Podiatrists, we didn't have any new licenses issued, 12 new PAs. Through the compact, we actually licensed 190 new physicians, which obviously is greater than 140, which is a standard trend that we've been seeing, that we're licensing more people through the compact than we are through the traditional method. And then we issued 23 letters of qualifications to the Interstate Medical Licensure Compact so that Mississippi physicians can be licensed in multiple states. Certifications issued was 190. That's where we're certifying to other states that yes, they are physicians in Mississippi in good standing. In investigations for March and April, we received 95 new complaints, which was down from 123 from the previous period. We were able to close 29 cases. We opened 15 new cases, which gave us a total of 43 cases open. Cases closed within 7 days, that percentage was increased to 68% from the previous period. We did 34 requests for prescription monitoring programs. 26 of those required additional investigation. So this is just something I thought I would start adding in, is trying to give the board members a little bit more flavor about what's going on with personnel here at the medical board, because y'all get to come here twice or 2 days or 1 day sometimes every 2 months. But Brian Nelson, is Brian in the room? Brian's not in the room, but Brian was promoted to licensing supervisor, which is a new position for us to help out Anna Boone in her role as director of licensing. Along those lines, Anna and Brian went to UMMC and met with residents there to go through with them the importance of licensing and appropriately filling out your applications and telling the truth on them and disclosing everything. Our Director of Investigations, Jonathan Dalton, completed his Mississippi Certified Public Manager training and was impressive enough to the rest of his classmates that he's been asked to be the class speaker at the graduation ceremony. Additionally, Deshae Khan, who is also in investigations, completed her Administrative Services Certification program. And she has additional training that she's doing. And when she completes that, we'll make sure that we announce that as well. And then all of us that participated had a nice, successful trip to Seattle for the Federation of State Medical Boards meeting, where they had some very good content this year, and we reviewed a lot of good materials. Additionally, Mike Lucius has announced his retirement as effective June 30th of this year. As happens a lot of times with state government, he will be required to sit out a 3-month period before he can become a contract worker with us and resume his duties that he has been faithfully doing for the past 7.5 years for us. So, but that will create a open position for us that we will need to fill, and we can have, behind the scenes discussions about some of my thoughts on that. But right now, I'm still trying to put them all together. So MELS, our licensing system that we started in August of 2019. When we put that system in, we included a very small percentage of audits for CMEs to see, to make sure that people, because everybody says they have their 40 hours of CMEs, right? But how many people, we've never really audited it. And so we put in the audit. Well, the first year that we required reporting of CMEs was 2020, and that was during COVID. So we gave a pass to everybody and said, well, we'll just hold off till the next period before we do it. Well, 2022 rolled around, and the amount of material that was required to go through and evaluate and make sure that the CMEs was appropriate and all that, just frankly, it overwhelmed our staff. It was more than we could do, and continue the usual processes of the licensure division. And then this past year, we hired an outside firm to do an audit for us. The results of that audit were that only 44% of licensees are in compliance with CME requirements as stated by regulation. 2 licensees actually sent in their grocery list instead of their CMEs. I'm just telling you the truth. But based on this experience that we've been going through essentially for the last 6 years now, I believe that it's time that we use a recognized CME company and require that all licensees be registered with them and report their CMEs to them. The 2 that are the most obvious choices are CE Broker, which does offer a free version, but there's also, if you pay, I think the highest version is $100, they do more for you. They do more of the reporting for you and stuff like that. That would give us 100% audit of every one of our licensees every time we require it. The other potential one is ACCME, which in my opinion felt like the natural one to go with, because ACCME is the organization that actually certifies CMEs and tells an organization that they can hand out CMEs. But they have not been able to mesh everything together in such a fashion that it has a coherent feel to it. And so it's going to be my recommendation to the board, and I would actually ask y'all to make a motion. I'd ask a board member to make a motion to send this to rules and regs, that we actually put into the regulations that we require the use of a CME audit company to do our CMEs moving forward. We can stop for a second and y'all can discuss that if you want to, or let's see. Oh, let me do this and then we can discuss it. So Shoba Games is currently our only consumer member. She represents Supreme Court District 1. And so I don't really know a good way of going about trying to find volunteers that would be willing to be consumer members. And so I thought I would start by announcing it to the board today to ask y'all if y'all know any people in Supreme Court Districts 2 and 3 that might have an interest in it. Technically, they should be outside of the healthcare field, be true consumers of medicine. So we do need to fill those seats at some point. And so I'm asking for the board's recommendations as far as that goes. we're in renewal season. And so I thought y'all might like to know the numbers where we are. The first column you see here is how many licensees we had in each category going into renewal season. So that would have been as of the end of May. The second column is the number of people that have renewed, and the third column is what percentage that gives us. Now I can go through each one of these numbers, or y'all can ask for them later, or just sit here and read them for a second. I'm more than happy to do it any way y'all want. Y'all want me to go through each category, or?
Since we are, yeah, just if you could just give an overview or synopsis, because
Okay, well,
some of us
bottom
may
line is
want to read that.
yeah, so, we, renewal period doesn't end until June 30th. And about 50% of licensees have renewed in each category, whether it be MD permanent, DO permanent, MD compact, DO compact, podiatrist, PA. One interesting thing I thought y'all might like to know is that the board is very consistent with all the other licensees. Out of 9 members, only 5 have renewed so far, which puts us right at the 50% mark. I chose not to call out the 4 that have not renewed yet.
Ken, have I renewed?
I would have to look. I
have.
really didn't.
I have.
I have.
I started it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Does anybody, confession's good for the soul, and so, but anyway, with that, I'm more than happy to answer any questions. And then I would like the board to go back and, give me their opinion on requiring CE broker, registration for all licensees, and multiple already. So,
Hey, Ken, this is Randy over in Pass School. The first thing, the jurisdiction areas that we're looking for consumer members, what geography is that?
so essentially the northern part of the state and the southern part of the state. So, yeah, I guess you couldn't see you can't see my presentation. Is that?
That's correct. I'm just listening to what you're saying.
Yeah. So if you just Google Mississippi Supreme Court districts, you'll be able to see a map of the counties that are involved. And technically there is no requirement that we have a consumer member from each district. Now, our consumer members are not statutorily created. We created them ourselves on this board. So we can make up our own rules and how we appoint them and where we appoint them from. If we appoint them from 3 different Supreme Court districts, that would be consistent with the rules for board member appointees that are statutorily created. And so that's the reason I was recommending that we do it this way. But there is no actual requirement that we do it this way.
All right. Well, I mean, I may have someone who I think would be very interested from the southern region if that's the correct geography.
So,
Yeah,
What-
I'm sorry, Michelle.
so the request was just for us to be able to give those recommendations to Dr. Cleveland so we can send them. Would you like them by email?
Yes, please.
And is there a particular deadline date that you would like to have those received by?
There is not.
Would the end of June be good?
I think the end of June would be good. That would give whoever our new president is a chance to look at the list and give me guidance on who they would like me to approach to be consumer members. So.
Yeah, and I think just as it pertains to the public members, this has been an issue for a while, and I say this recognizing Shobha that you're here, but having public members or consumer members actually makes boards stronger. That is kind of something that most boards have, and depending on what the jurisdiction is, the rights that they have are different. Our board is unique, well, not totally unique, but our members are really important. Our public members are really important, even though, like you said, there's not a statutory requirement that they be part of the board. There's not a designation for how those people are selected. We have tried to create parity. And that's been something that has been, I think, a main focus for our leadership and also for the board members, for our public board members to basically be seen no differently as us, even if they're non-clinical people. And so as we've been working with Medical Practice Act and things like that, that's been one of the things that we've been focusing on, is trying to have parity so that all of our board members are seen equally and function equally on this board. I would like to believe that this board has always created a space for our public board members to be treated that way. But quite honestly, being treated that way and having it like down to the letter in black and white, I think is two different things. And putting money where your mouth is, I feel like that's something that we need to continue to promote. But I do think that as much as we can, we should try to align that with our process so that it kind of makes it, pretty much the same for all members. A member is a member is a member. And so the concept of two-tiered shouldn't really exist. And we've really tried from a culture standpoint to make sure that that's not what happens. With respect to the issue or question about CME, I think it would be great to refer it back to rules and regs. My personal request would be that we just allow them to review the CME issue and then make a recommendation back to the board without naming one particular organization. And if you guys have done some legwork, then to share that information with the committee so that they can work through costs and like how it would work and all those like things. Yeah, because I know you've probably done that.
Right.
But then you can share that with them and see if they feel like one vendor versus another is preferred. I think that was all that. To say we have had a good time at the Seattle meeting, I think was an understatement. I just want to take the opportunity to just continue to let people know that the Mississippi Board of Medical Licensure is consistently being recognized on the national stage with the Federation. We have people that are in elected positions, people that are serving on the boards, people are asking about what we are doing in Mississippi. They appreciate the collaboration that exists between our professional boards that has really been fostered by the leadership. So the boards of nursing, medical licensure, and pharmacy, those people working together. And it's interesting how in Mississippi, we can often be accustomed to being on the bottom. And like people are wondering, we were like the dark horse that came from like, the outside lane. People are like, what in the world? Where did you guys come from? And now all of a sudden at those meetings, people are looking for us and Mississippi has a presence. And that's something that I think we should all be proud of, but it's not been without a lot of work. And a lot of the people who are being seen on the stages aren't always the people who are solely responsible for a lot of the work that goes into the processes that actually are getting us noticed. So that's just a big kudos to this entire team at the Board of Medical Licensure, because we get to walk up in there and it's kind of like we're celebrities. And it's only because of the hard work that people are doing here every single day that gives us an opportunity to shine for 2 or 3 days during a year. But thank you guys for that. All our people who are in the audience and who are actually still doing their job today, as opposed to sitting in this room, to be able to allow us to have that experience.
And I will say, since you, along those lines, since you brought it up, I was reading the FSMB weekly newsletter that comes out, and Ohio just announced that they're following our model of joint investigations into IV hydration stations, and put out a press release on it, actually. We never put out a press release or did anything like that, but it is one of the things that we have gained attention for, and now we're seeing other states officially take that step. So
Maybe we can make a t-shirt. Be like us. Mississippi, be like us.
all
How about
right.
that? Just kidding. Any other questions, comments? Dr. Kinard, you got your
Oh,
mic on?
that's a mistake.
How about the just in relationship to the executive director's report, and then if, once we finish with comments, then we'll do the motion.
I was just going to mention that I believe our proposed modernization of the Medical Practice Act has some language from about with the consumer members about making more parity and vote and giving
It does.
allowing and even they can even get more than $40 per meeting, right?
Whatever y'all get, which y'all, they get nothing currently. And
Did
so
this close our whole paycheck? Did you really just do that?
It was excuse me. Anyway,
so it would put them on parity, both with us being able to reimburse them for travel expenses plus the time that they spend here during the day. But it would also make them voting members, which currently, because they're not statutorily created, they don't technically have a vote, even though they do have a voice. And so that's just the best we can do until the legislature has seized the wisdom in passing a modernization of the Practice Act. But yes, that language is in there.
All right, if no more comments or questions for our executive director, then is there a motion regarding the recommendation for rules and regs?
Yeah, considering, your evaluation of the situation, I think it would be more than appropriate to move forward with I guess what would be for the verification source.
So really what I'm looking for, I don't want us to spend a lot of time writing regulations that we take to the Rules and Regs Committee if the general feeling of the board is against it. But if the general feeling of the board is for it, then we will put together recommended language to present to the Rules and Regs Committee for consideration.
I have another question. Since you said that, how long has it been since because CME and professional licensure has been kind of a question. How long has it been since we as a board have looked at our CME requirements, processes, et cetera? How long has that? Because I can't recall it during my tenure. How long has it been?
Well, it certainly hasn't happened during my time here, which is we're somewhere around 7.5 years now. I do think there's some other changes that we could make while we're in that section.
Do you want to, so, because I was just, as we're sitting here talking, I'm like, maybe this is something that we need to look at more holistically, if that's okay, or would you like specifically to just deal with this issue of the CME?
No, I think that if we go there, that we take a look at the whole section.
Yeah.
I mean, I have some other ideas, and just one being the 5 hours required for controlled substance prescribing. I don't see a perpetual need for that. I think it should be a one and done. But
Well, the DEA has made some changes too, so that if you're going to maintain your DEA licensure, then your DEA license, there's going to be stuff that you have to do that may be different.
The DEA is one and done. That's where I'm kind of borrowing that idea from. And truth be known, almost all of us get those hours from MSMA, and it's usually the same 5 speakers giving the same 5 talks every 2 years so that everybody can get those hours. And so I think that it's outdated, and that could probably be updated as well.
All right. So as we are formulating the motion, it may just be that we can refer the CME requirements to rules and regs for review and make recommendations on updates and any needed changes that may be more. Okay. So is there a motion?
Motion.
I'll second the motion to refer consideration of CME requirements for licensees to the Rules and Regs Committee.
Thank you, Secretary Kinard. All right, it's been moved and properly seconded that the CME issue be referred to Rules and Regs for review and revision. Add- Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you. All right. And thank you, Ken. So moving on to the next item on the agenda, approval of the minutes for the executive committee from March 20th, 2025. Those should be behind tab 6. Any additions or corrections? My only correction is that my name is spelled 2 L's and a terminal E. That would be my name. It's been my name. Yeah. That was the only thing I had there. If there's not any, is there a motion?
Motion to accept the minutes.
I'll second.
It's been moved and properly seconded that the, for approval of the minutes from the executive committee meeting, March 20th, 2025, with the noted corrections. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, motion carries. Next, approval of the minutes of the board meeting dated March 20th, 2025, which are behind tab 7. Any additions or corrections? If none, I will entertain a motion to approve.
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, motion carries. Next, the approval of the minutes for the specialty call board meeting, bless you, dated May 5th of 2025, behind tab 8 in your binders. Any corrections?
Madam Chairman, you said May 5th. The document states May 6th.
Oh, that's right, because we moved it did twice. It was the 6th.
Okay.
Yeah,
Then
you're
make
correct.
a
So
motion.
the agenda is incorrect. Sorry about that. But the date was actually first, 6th. Okay, so for date May 6th, thank you, Dr. Gibbons.
You're welcome. Motion.
All right.
Second.
All right, moved and seconded to approve the minutes from the specialty call board meeting on May 6th with the 6. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries and those minutes are approved. Thank you. So at this time, Dr. Kinard, is this you? Is that gonna be you? Okay. At this time, Dr. Kinard is going to give the report of the executive committee meeting from yesterday, which should be May 21st, or should have been. Yeah.
Yes.
Nominations Committee.
Oh, you're gonna do that first?
I don't have that
Oh, I'm sorry.
on my agenda. Not on here. So,
I'm sorry,
There
I
you go.
jumped one ahead.
That's
yeah, because
all we had in our binder.
so you do this.
Okay.
What the sheet that I gave you, because
Yeah.
we're, so number 9 on the is the report of the executive
Yeah.
committee meeting. And then we'll move to the next item of business. So that's for this.
All right. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is the same thing. I just
Oh,
made a
okay.
couple of notes. All right.
So
Ready?
just for clarification, we are on tab 9, report of the executive committee meeting for May 21st, 2025.
Thank you. At some point, we're squeezing in something about the nominating committee work, so I think that's not on our agenda. Executive committee meeting report from yesterday. There were 6 requests to address, and I'll start with them in order and read the decision by the exec committee. The first was a investigation into an application for permanent medical license. The decision by the exec committee was to deny that application. Number two, a Zoom appearance by Dr. Barbara Levy. She operates from California, a general women's health medicine operation, and was requesting an exemption to the 2080 in-state practice requirement and the 75-mile rule. That request was denied. Number three was a Zoom appearance by Dr. Corey in Covington, Louisiana, for a request for exemption to the same rules, 2080 in-state practice requirement and 75-mile rule, to extend a general neurology practice. That request was approved. Number four, a Zoom appearance by Samantha Roth, PA, who resides in Las Vegas, Nevada, and her prospective collaborating physician, Dr. Grant Bullitt, DO, also in Las Vegas, Nevada. Their request was for an exemption to the 2080 in-state practice requirement and 75-mile rule to operate a telepsych operation in Mississippi for Mississippi patients. That request was denied. Number five, Zoom appearance by Robert Green, PA, in Edmond, Oklahoma. He was requesting exception to Part 2601, Chapter 1, Rule 1.3 of our administrative code. He failed to satisfy the requirements of such and had not completed that requirement. But his request was approved with the contingency that he only conduct these utilization reviews that he was requesting to do through a company and not practice clinically. What? Okay, do you want to do it? Okay. I'm glad to let you do it. I only have one more, though. Okay, number six, personal appearance by Dr. Mundra, radiation oncologist at UMMC. It was determined that Dr. Mundra did not satisfy the requirements of Part 2605, Chapter 1, Rule 1.1D of our administrative code, and so his request was also denied. And that concludes the work of the executive committee.
Y'all have heard the report of the executive committee. So is there a motion to approve?
Motion approved.
Any further discussion on this? Hearing no questions, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Dr. Roth, do we have your vote?
Yes, that sounds good.
Okay. And any abstentions? All right, thank you. The motion passes. Or I'm sorry, that's the report is accepted. Thank you. At this time, we'll move to the next item on the agenda, which is the election of board officers. And who's your nominating committee person?
Yours truly.
Well, you passed it to me, so there you go.
Yes. All right, so as chair of the nominating committee, that committee has met and is prepared to offer the following nominations for executive committee positions. I'll do them in order. There are three positions, the first of which is secretary. Nominating committee has nominated Rod Givens. for secretary. And at this time, I will open up the floor for any other nominations for this position.
Do I have a say?
I would assume you do.
I'm charmed, delighted. And
Okay. So hearing no more nominations, I'd like to, I guess, call an official vote of the general board to elect Dr. Givens to the position of secretary.
I second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. Congratulations, Dr. Gibb.
Congratulations. Okay. The second position, the nominating committee nominated for was vice president, and that is Dr. Michelle Owens. Was the committee's recommendation. So I'll do the same thing and open up the floor for any other nominations for vice president.
The friendly amendment is to be interim vice president.
Interim vice president. That's important.
Thank you.
All right. So no more nominations for interim vice president. At this time, I guess you can call for the motion to accept by
Yeah.
acclamation.
Gonna abstain from this one. So, Dr. Lippincott, you go ahead and handle this.
I make a motion that we improve Dr. Owens as interim vice president by acclamation.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? One abstention. The motion carries, and congratulations, Dr. Owens.
Thank you, Dr. Lippincott. All right, next one.
All right. Next and last position is for president, and the nominating committee nominates Dr. Ken Lippincott for that position. So we'll entertain any more nominations from the general board at this time. So, hearing none, entertain a motion.
Is there a motion?
I make a motion. The Dr. Lippincott be president.
I second that.
All right, all those in favor of approving the recommendation of Ken Lippincott, president of the Board of Medical Licensure, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? All right, congratulations, Dr. Lippincott.
Thank you. I too am charmed, delighted, and honored.
Sounds like it.
All right, so next, we move to item 11, which is approval of proposed amended regulations pertaining to patient records.
This Dr. Joyner's here. Do you want me to do this?
Yeah.
Or do you have?
Why don't you just start for it?
Madam President, if it's okay, if Mr. Barnes can present since Dr. Joyner's unable to join us today.
Absolutely.
And the board will recall that the board first approved these changes on medical record retention at the March meeting. And the effect of that vote was for us to file, for the staff to file the proposed changes with the Secretary of State's office for public comment. That has been done. No public comments were received. So therefore, the next step is if the board approves and votes to send these proposed regulations to the OLRC, the Occupational License Review Commission, which I know most of you remember, but just as a reminder, it's the governor, it's the attorney general, and the secretary of state. They review all licensure regulations to ensure that licensure boards are not violating antitrust or acting in an anti-competitive manner. So if the OLRC then approves the rules, they'll be published and become final 30 days after. So the vote, which I would ask you to entertain a motion, is to send or allow us to file the proposed rules on record retention with the OLRC for their consideration. What we traditionally call the second pass.
And as I recall, these changes were made to reflect a change in legislation.
Yes, sir, that's right. It was Senate Bill 2873, actually from 2 years ago, I believe. But anyway, these regulations, there are a number of different rules as you look through, all of which referenced record retention. And all of those are cross references to lead back to the main rule, which requires, as the statute does, that medical records be retained for 10 years, minimum of 10 years. The only substantive difference from the statute, the statutory requirements, and this board is given in the statute the right to make rules that are more stringent, was that we proposed increasing the time for retaining imaging studies from 3 years to 5 years. The committee felt that 3 years was an inadequate time, that 5 years was more acceptable. So there have been no changes to the proposed regulations since you voted on them in March. And I'd be happy to answer any other questions. I apologize for not asking for questions before.
I just got a question. Most, paper records are one thing, but electronic records, are they perpetual? I mean, I guess this is a question, a technical question, but I'm just curious. Are electronic records ever deleted?
They can be. It depends on the system. In theory, they can be perpetual, but not all systems are going to maintain records, in perpetuity. But the legislature has mandated, regardless of form, 10 years is the minimum amount of time the records must be maintained.
Okay.
They don't even pass it.
You-
the OLRC.
Yes, ma'am. If you vote to allow us to file with the OLRC.
I make a motion that we file these amended changes in regulations pertaining to patient records to we file them with the OLRC.
Second.
Any further discussion? All right, so all those in favor of approving the proposed amended regulations regarding medical records, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, thank you. At this time, we have the next item on the agenda is a presentation by Dr. Lindsey Turner regarding the use of nitrous oxide devices in office-based surgery.
There. I'm Dr. Lindsey Turner. I'm a just practicing general OBGYN here in Flowood. And I just come today because in the last several years, I realized I do a lot of very uncomfortable procedures to patients, whether that be endometrial biopsies, cervical biopsies, or intrauterine device insertions, IUD insertions, and we do all these in the clinic. And patients have a lot of not only discomfort with these procedures, which there are different methods that we try to use to decrease the discomfort, but they also have a lot of anxiety with the procedures. And in thinking about, well, how can I help these patients who are avoiding procedures, or even some of my patients with history of either physical or sexual traumas who avoid exams, just routine screening exams, what do we have for these patients? One of the standards of care is to give them a benzo, which then lasts anywhere from 4 to 6 hours. They have to have a driver to come to bring them to their appointments. So it really does limit access of care to these patients because they can't afford that, whether physically or just with their social network to have drivers. So looking in what people do around the nation is I found that a lot of clinics across the nation offer nitrous oxide. So commonly known as laughing gas. Low dose nitrous oxide has been shown to be a great mild sedation, but even more than that, it's a great anxiolytic. There's studies that I've seen throughout that show that it might not necessarily decrease the pain with procedures, but it does increase the patient's tolerance of the procedure. They're more likely to recommend this procedure to other family members because it wasn't as upsetting to them. And looking through, use of nitrous oxide in medical offices is used not only in outpatient GYN, but also in outpatient urology for prostate biopsies, for cystoscopies, other clinics that do a lot of different type of biopsies out in the outpatient. So I was like, sounds like a great idea. So I started pursuing it for my clinic and found that Mississippi at that time was one of 2 states who had restrictions on the use of nitrous oxide. But since that initial investigation, Louisiana has changed their regulations. So now we are the only state that puts restrictions on the use of nitrous. Based off of a ruling done in 2018, the use of nitrous oxide at 50%, which just to give some clarification, 30% is where we see the beginning of effects. 40 to 50% is when we consider it a mild sedative to anxiolytic. 70% is when people consider it an anesthetic, even though it still can't be used alone for anesthesia. But back in 2018, the board decided that the use of 50% nitrous oxide changed the procedures from a level 1 office procedure or office surgery to a level 2 office surgery. And what that means is that with a level 1 office surgery, you just have to have qualified staff, monitoring of the patient. With level 2, we have to be able to maintain a working and up-to-date code cart, which I did look into for my clinic, and just the initial investment was going to be about $5,000 because of the cost of the medications that are required per the board recommendations on level 2 surgeries. Then that doesn't count the cost of time of when you look at what OSHA requires in maintaining a code cart, keeping all the medications up to date and all that. So I'm just here for everybody to maybe look at this again. I do not have any of the original documentation or information where this decision was originally made in 2018 or whatever was made beforehand. But I'm just asking for a review of this ruling. I think it's a really great option for patients to help give access to these tests and these treatments and these therapies. And I'm here for women's health in Mississippi. I think it could do a lot for other areas of medicine, but that's just what I'm here. I didn't really know what to prepare. I've never done this before. I'm not typically this type of, I'm usually just a show up and do my job kind of doctor, but I do feel really strongly about this.
Thanks, Dr. Turner. Any questions from any of the board members? Dr. Kinard?
I was gonna let somebody else have a first shot at it, but it is no laughing matter. Is that good?
Appreciate that.
And so I do appreciate your passion to take care of patients as an anesthesiologist and somebody that practiced chronic pain. I'm with you there, sentimentally and emotionally. But there are some issues with volatile gases that are beyond the scope of this discussion that are considerations. It has some toxic properties in the overall environment. It's about 200 to 300 times more potent than carbon dioxide as a greenhouse gas. So like I said, that's not what you're here for. You're here to take care of patients. And I know it's in use in a lot of other states. You can't use it as a general anesthetic, as you said, because it's physiologically impossible to put someone under general anesthesia, which is inability to respond to a painful stimulus with nitrous oxide. It's impossible. So, and you'd have to go to near 100%, which means you can't administer oxygen as well. So that patient's going to die under those circumstances. If anybody asks, my recommendation in this situation is, again, to probably refer this to rules and regs and really look at what other states are doing, really look at the consequences of doing this in an office and whether or not it officially does warrant bumping from a level 1 to a level 2. And if that's the case, then, I think a committee like that can kind of take a look at the whole landscape that you're talking about and make more sense of it. But I am aware that it's used by dental practices and all those others. And I think it is a very valid use of it compared to the other drugs that you were mentioning because of its quick onset and quick offset. It is effective as an analgesic, but it's not the only one. There are actually some other options that you could consider too. Anyway, that's my piece on it, and I do appreciate you bringing it to everyone's attention because, like you said, you're just there to take care of patients. This isn't your thing, but you stepped up to bring it to our attention and anybody else that would be interested in trying to get it right. So thanks.
Thank you.
So,
Dr.
I'm sorry.
I'm not a surgeon, but I wanted to ask, is this just a Mississippi rule that we made that the use of nitrous automatically bumps it up from a level 1 to a level 2?
If you look at in your binder behind tab 12, you can see there's reference information available to you for how it is defined.
Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, it has the,
Well, I agree. We can refer it.
So, Dr. Cleveland, you can go ahead and have.
I was just going to point out that the board has a couple of different options here. Well, number one being all of our office-based surgery rules are somewhat outdated, and that whole section probably needs to be rewritten, as many sections of our regulations do. And during that rewrite, certainly you could figure out whether you want to, at what level you would want to allow Pronox to be used. So that's one option, and probably what, as executive director, I would recommend the board do. We certainly can do the research as the staff and bring that to the Rules and Regs Committee. The other option, if we feel like this is an emergency need, would be for y'all to make an exception to your own rule and to allow it to be used outside of regulations. So.
Except for the fact I'm supposed to have my IUD replaced this year, and I really, other than that, not an emergency.
Hey guys, this is Randy down at Pascagoula. We've dealt with some of this on our medical staff, and I think we should, as a board, look at it very quickly, because most of the contiguous states to the great state of Mississippi allow it to be used safely. I think they require some type of, not conscious sedation education, but some type of education for everyone that would be involved in the freestanding clinic. And, I have actually had patients here that have driven across to a different state to have a procedure done. So whatever y'all think, but I think it's a good thing for us to update and act quickly on.
Dr. Gibbons,
Can I make a motion?
wait a minute.
I-
Ms.
I-
Games, do you have
yeah,
a comment?
I'm Shopper Games consumer member, public member. What are some of the side effects? Enough data?
So side effects, I have that because I want to make sure. The most common is going to be nausea, vomiting, and only occurs in about 2% of people. That can be pre-treated with an, just an antiemetic if someone is nausea prone. You can also, with different devices, Pronox is just one branded device that's available, but there are different devices. So with some of them, you can actually adjust the percentage of nitrous. So you could actually possibly decrease the percentage of nitrous. But that's the number one side effect. There are obviously contraindications, people who have history of COPD, emphysema, because they're going to not be able to blow off that nitrogen as quickly. So that's somebody who's just not a candidate for the medication. Pregnancy, there's different things that we have to, we would have, you would need to have to make sure the patient was an appropriate candidate, but nausea is your number one. You, in general, do not administer it especially in the office setting, in conjunction with anything that would decrease respiratory drive, so a narcotic or a benzo. And just because a lot of the options out there are patient driven. So basically the patient has to be able to inhale in order to it's not a continuous flow of nitrous. But I mean, I'm not here for a certain brand. I'm not, I don't work for anybody. So I'm just here to get this as an option. But that way, if it specifically states you can't use other depressive medications, that patient's only able to get what they're supposed to.
I have a tangential question for Dr. Cleveland. Do you think outpatient surgery centers should have a code card?
Well, that would fall under health department regulations, but I'm pretty sure all outpatient surgery centers have code cards because they do general anesthesia. So they have to have the full availability to resuscitate a patient.
That's correct. Big difference between outpatient ambulatory surgery centers and clinic procedurals.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Dr. Turner?
I have one more question.
Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Turner, leave it to our consumer member to just hit the nail on the head. What are the consequences, the negative ones? The 98% of people that do well is not what
Exactly
anybody's really worried about.
So I mean, it's in general, nitrous seems to be dose dependent, and now obviously you can provide a certain dose with that percentage, but Everyone absorbs a little differently. So nausea, vomiting is typically that first that you see. You can see decrease in their ability to, respond to stimuli. And so I think that that's where you're going to hopefully catch that this patient might be not absorbing as we should. In true, when you see people getting, like you said, 100%, that's when they're truly losing their respiratory drive. So that would be the number one. So, but even in order to perform a level 1 office procedure, which, is outlined, and this is what we're talking about, leak biopsies, things like that, we have to have in our clinic a basic ambu bag. We have to have that's already outlined and not an issue. So we are able to do that. It's just not, so I'd say the respiratory depression's our biggest issue until they can blow off that gas.
Right. So that's really the issue at hand is what is the potential for it to get to a complicated situation.
Mhm.
And although you are practicing apparently responsibly, we can't ensure that everyone that uses this tool would. So how many cases per week on average do you do with nitrous, and what is your average concentration used? Just generally
I
speaking.
don't use any because I can't.
Okay.
But I would guess we would probably use 50% just because of the devices I have looked at, such as Pronox. It is very easy to deliver. It's that patient driven. That's probably, if I were able to, the device I would buy. But like I said, I'm not. So that would be a 50% concentration. They do have, that company does have where you have to meet certain competencies. You have to do the courses. They have also recommend, the vital signs either before the procedure, and then doing continuous pulse ox during the procedure, and then also doing vital signs before the patient leaves. So I think that would be a policy that I've already kind of put together what likely our clinic policy would look like, and that would all be included. This would be something I'd offer to any patients because, like I said, the procedures themselves, I personally perform 3 to 5 a day in clinic 4 days a week, so about 20. But that doesn't mean everyone would opt for it because some people are able to do this with no anxiety, no problems. This is a piece of cake. But then again, I also have patients who, like I said, for a routine pelvic exam, because of history, they might choose. So it's hard to estimate exactly how many people would choose to do this, but it's just nice to have it as an option.
Sure. Thank you.
Any further questions?
I was just curious. I'm sure there's an extra charge for this, and that this probably covered by insurance.
So I don't know the financial details of this, but most of the time when you administer, it's going to be administration of a substance, so it's probably there'll be a charge associated with it, but with respect to coverage and those kinds of things, I don't know that.
My only experience is at the dentist, and that I would, I think what you said.
It's a good question and a good thought, but technically this board should make a decision on the patient safety issues of it and not the billing issues of it.
Sure. Thank you.
Anything further? Dr. Turner, thank you for your time today.
Thank
It's
you.
good to see you.
It's very good seeing you.
All right. Any action that the board feels like we should take at this time on this matter, or is this just going to go on a conversation list for review or on the docket for
And I'm comfortable.
rules and regs to
Yeah.
just kind of review as they're looking at that portion of office-based practice.
We'll look at we'll do a comprehensive review of the office-based surgery regulations and present that to rules and regs.
I like that. All right, thank you. Okay, moving right along. We are now at agenda item 13, which is Mississippi Kidney Council presentation.
I'll start off. Welcome. We're ready to go. The feed's a little behind. That's what start off. Yeah. I was watching the feed out there. Well, I'm Mark Philippi. I'm president of Central Nephrology. I've got Dr. Westerfeld and C. Miller, Dr. Miller from Oxford, heads of their groups. And we're going to have a little bit of general discussion about why nephrology is kind of in the front of this, of what's coming at us with value-based care, and kind of how telemedicine fits in, and how to keep that maybe a reasonable and an augmentation tool instead of something to kind of game the system. So there's a stated goal in nephrology through Medicare, through originally their Office of Innovation back when Obamacare came out, to get by 2030 to have it all be value-based care. So this has created a land rush of different value-based care organizations around the country to think they can use their political connections to grab contracts on there. And so, you know, this body already made a good first step at the time, creating the thing, well, hey, we need to at least be in state, because what happens is these are commercial carriers and they don't talk to anybody within the state. They just contract with the organization, and they wanted to beam in and try to manage a patient from afar. Well, what does that mean? Well, as a functional nephrology group, you know, you're running a business, we're recruiting nephrologists, and I have some sense of the history of how we've gotten to where we are through basically my nephrology elders, and they created a system that works. Dr. Westfeld has the data, if you want, showing how Mississippi actually does better than the surrounding states. We don't actually need their help. And so what they advertise is they're going to come in and help us. Well, the only thing they're doing is trying to, take a piece of the pie on a certain subset of commercial payer. They're not doing any of the hard stuff. They're not doing any unreferred call at the hospital. They're not doing any Medicaid. They're not doing any of the stuff that's required of actually, if you come into the ER and get seen. So ultimately, if you go down this path and one commercial carrier does it, then another commercial carrier does it, and they try to take over all the commercial patients, what do we have to market to actually bring a nephrologist into Mississippi, in a tight job market? Well, you can take care of the Medicare patients. You can do the unreferred stuff at the hospital. You can do the Medicaid. That's why not just waiting for it to happen and being proactive is a positive thing. So we took a very positive step, making them have somebody, in state to do their CKD visits. So what do? They go to the lowest bar possible and say, well, we're going to hire one internal medicine doc and try to beam him throughout the entire state to do CKD, on there. Never actually meet a patient, never actually thing. And the whole idea is they want to generate data. There's about a dozen different value-based care organizations in the country. This is purely a data grab so they can go back to that insurance carrier and try to leverage it to a bigger contract. And so the gist to what we're talking about here is just something very, very simple. We can give anecdotal stories of each individual patient's experience and us being called by out-of-state nephrologists wanting to kind of co-manage with us and all this stuff on there. But all you simply have to do to protect these patients, and that's what all this is about, is because there's a lot of patients that aren't going to be very savvy or understand the rules. Is just say at some point once a year, see the patient in person. If they want to hire staff and they want to have a legitimate operation, there's nothing I can do about that. Great. But don't just do this farce of a thing where you're just calling them on the telephone a couple of times, checking boxes, and then act like you're managing the patient. Just say once a year, if you want to write prescriptions for them, you want to actually have a doctor-patient relationship, just see them physically in person once in a year. You can have 20 telemedicine visits after that if you want, but this thing of never, ever seeing a patient, if you can't isolate, you can't just say one doc, say in Meridian and put him behind computers the patient in Oxford is not going to drive the Meridian for the CKD visit. And every nephrologist knows, I mean, as you get to advanced CKD, they start at lower levels of CKD. Everybody knows you know, and that does what I do. I mean, you can see uremia on the patient's face once you get to know them. I mean, how do you decide to start somebody on dialysis? Well, yes, it's labs, you know, yes, it's this, but everybody starts at a different level of function. You know, you can say traditionally you start dialysis at 10 to 15% function, but that's an arbitrary number. The more comorbidities you have, if you have heart failure, diabetes, COPD, you may start at 18% function, 20% function. If you don't see the patient, you know, physically, you don't get a feel for their personality. You don't get a feel for their personal habits. And it absolutely affects your start. I mean, this whole thing is just a pretend game to think you can do it, you know, without actually knowing the individual. And so this is a very low bar. I mean, I think you can actually say all internal medicine subspecialties, see them once a year. How big of a hurdle is that to say, hey, do all the telemedicine you want, but at least meet your patient, at least know who they are. And it's really about learning the rules of the game, because we have to know how to proceed, you know, as a business. I mean, you know, how big do I need to have a telemedicine presence? You know, what are the rules of the game? I go to my biller and she'll say, well, it's only approved for 6 more months, or it's only approved for 9 more months. And my biller always acts like it's about to go away, you know, on there. But then on my flip side, on the flank, it seems like just the Wild West. And these guys from organizations like Monogram coming in from out of state are just able to do whatever they want, whenever they want, with absolutely, you know, no standards. And so we sent our biller and my team to a conference, and they found out actually that none of that was real, that nobody's really regulating anything. And, you know, telemedicine, just go ahead and do what you want, you know, on there. And my biller is supposed to be a little paranoid, try to keep us straight and all that. So I understand that. But it's really about the rules of the game, and it's really about protecting the patients, because, you know, the system, and we can go into this, but the system works. And the reason I have these two guys here is that covers a lot of the state, you know, on there. And we communicate, you know, amongst yourselves. I have somebody move. Traditionally, I don't poach into other people's jurisdictions. It works best when I have a patient go to Hattiesburg. I text Justin, hey, I got a guy coming down there. I need him in your clinic. I call Chris, you know, you hand them off. Or I can use Meridian as an example. I'm originally from Meridian. I still know those guys over there. They could go to the Forest dialysis unit, you know, but they don't. If they have somebody over there, they just call us and hand them off. I hand off the patient back to them. These guys are wanting eventually to beam all the way into the dialysis unit and just act like they're keeping taking care of them, you know, on there. So, I mean, that's kind of, you know, it in a nutshell. So, you know, we can kind of broaden this out, you know, but the system works. We can talk about all the 4-star units in Mississippi on the dialysis side, and the CKD part of it. But because the reason nephrology also is at the start and they have that stated goal is we have the most Medicare patients. So Medicare can say, y'all can be first in line for value-based care. Will they pull it off by 2030? Will they move the benchmarks back or something? You know, they might. That's kind of beside the story. But that's why it's kind of coming at us first, and it's going to affect other people, you know, on there. Just as simple as, you know, I reported one to Ken, and just on the pediatric side, this mom was complaining to me that her insurance wouldn't let her, you know, see my wife for an acute pediatric visit. Oh, you can't go in there. You have to see our guy, you know, on telemedicine. And he said, and the guy goes, well, you look like you might have flu. Let's just give you the medicine. You know, we're not going to swab you for flu. We're not going to swab you for, you know, strep. We're not going to do any of the basics, even for a basic visit. We're just going to guess, because it saves us money in value-based care to just guess, you know, on there and just do that. So it's not just nephrology. I mean, you know, I can only imagine what it is in every other way. So they will go across any minimum patient care standard, you know, there, if it'll save $1. If it'll save $1, then it justifies the outcome on there. And so there has to be some protection put in place for this kind of behavior. And that's why we're here.
Thank you. Any questions from the board members? Oh, hey, Dr. Gersh, go right ahead.
Combination follow, Justin, I know, Justin. I've been watching this issue for a while. Now, one of the things we have to keep in mind is Mississippi, at one time, and probably still does, has the best survival numbers in the nation in terms of their dialysis units and where they're distributed and the care. So if it's not broken, I wonder why we want to fix it. And I also want to remind people of old history that probably not many people are aware of. The Hattiesburg Clinic had a CON for 30 patients. They ran in the basement of the building. But where did they get the CON? They got it from Forest General. Where did the carriers and the coast get it from? They got it from the hospital because they needed real live nephrologists and organizations that would bring in live nephrologists. And I totally am opposed to this telemedicine. And I've actually seen a recording of one of their, meetings, and it was terrible. So I really have devoted my life when I was in practice to taking care of ESRD patients, and I'm totally opposed to telemedicine care.
Yeah, it's meant to be an augmentation tool, and that's being figured out. And it became big during COVID, and people had to loosen up telemedicine during COVID. It was the only practical thing to do. But like a good thing in excess can be abused. So what's appropriate use, on there? So I think, at least in the internal medicine subspecialties, it's not a big bar to say meet your patient at least once a year, and that will eliminate this one person. I mean, they're just trying to do it as cheap as possible, and not necessarily under the guise that they're helping their quality. But ultimately, you're going to end up, if you go down this road and it gets too much momentum, you'll decrease your access to nephrologists.
If you drive out live nephrologists, who's going to see the patient in the ICU with acute renal failure and examine them? That's the real question in a state that doesn't have enough doctors already.
All right, and you have to have a strong group to recruit. I mean, that's the key message. And we actually had, and we're under the guise of the Mississippi Kidney Council, which Dr. Miller really, mainly organized on there. But I was actually surprised at the attendance. We basically had the whole crew of the state's nephrologists there. We had Ken talk. We had a state congressman talk on there, and it was very productive. And they were all behind this. So we are here, but the guys from Brookhaven, Meridian, I mean, I can go on. I mean, everybody showed up. And because we're kind of at the nexus and we're the three largest groups, we're kind of elected or the logical ones to speak on there. And I kind of know everybody in the state, and I knew Dr. Gersh, from earlier, but the system was set up by guys like Dr. Gersh or Marcella Ravinsky from our group, or Gary Boone in Meridian, or I can go on and on, Tom Wildridge and Tupelo, these guys of the generation were the caretakers or the sheepdogs of taking care of the dialysis patients, right? And having a system that works. We just want to keep that system working, and it's not going to keep working unless we stay active like they were active back in the day.
So a lot of these issues, I think, are centered around not really even about value-based care. Sometimes I think in Mississippi, our greater issue tends to be that of access. So how exactly do you reconcile the lack of nephrologists that we have practicing in the state? How do you tell somebody who's in a remote portion of the Delta somewhere, who has to drive hours in order to be able to get to even a smaller city to be able to get that care, and the sometimes impractical inconvenience that is? This is an issue that's near and dear to my heart because my grandmother died from complications of renal disease. And she lived in a rural area, and it was an hour and a half to the nearest facility where a nephrologist actually hung his shingle. So, and I think because of that, it limited her options. And so I understand that perspective. And so how do we balance that when we're talking about making sure that people get good care? Because there are only so many of you guys. I Googled it, and it says there's somewhere between 112 to 123 nephrologists in Mississippi, or 2.9 million people. And, a lot of those people have high blood pressure, which takes out your kidneys. They have diabetes, it takes out your kidneys. And a lot of those people don't have health coverage consistently, and so they're not getting routine care. So those are we have a pretty high risk population here. How do you balance that when this is being offered as a way to fill in the gaps for those of you who are out there doing the work and working really hard, but whose next appointment might be 2 weeks away, or you might have an appointment tomorrow, but that patient can't get the 2.5 hours to see one of you guys. How do you balance that?
Can I answer that question?
Yeah.
Like,
I would
what's the right?
say
what-
there still has to be, there has to
solution?
still be a minimum standard of quality, but I mean, we could see where, where she was, but you can still augment your own group with telemedicine, but I still would say you still need at some point to physically see the patient. I mean, transportation has to be worked out. You end up on dialysis, transportation has to be worked out. Even if it's, just to, you still have to lay eyes on it. If that's what I'm saying, if they want to go to that rural area once a year and meet your mother was a grandmother, I guess, on there, on there, I think that's fine. I mean, I think most of the state is covered right now where there is not an hour and a half to a nephrologist. I can't speak to everybody's individual wait times in clinic. Certainly in the Delta that it would be, probably that was Mississippi Delta. I mean, I know the state pretty
No,
well.
I'm not from here, so don't worry about it.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Mississippi
it's hard to get an hour and a half, from each thing. I think I'll let Chris talk because you probably have the most spread out clinic side.
I do a clinic in Holly Springs. One of my partners does a clinic in Clarksdale. They're 4 days a week. I know some of the other nephrologists do clinics in Cleveland, Greenville. When you talk about access, and I think that's kind of one of the issues, I don't know that there is an access problem. These patients, these companies that are coming in behind us, they're not adding access. They're definitely not enhancing the quality of care. How do we help these rural communities? You can probably, when you show up to an ER in Louisville or Clarksdale or any other area like that and need transferring for acute nephrology coverage or dialysis, probably one of us is at the hospital that's going to take that call and take care of that patient in the middle of the night right now. Medicare requires us to see our patients 4 times a month on dialysis. That's what the requirement is, in person on the machine. So I don't get to sit in Oxford or Tupelo and all my patients come to me. I'm on the road every day, and most of these other guys are too, going from the bigger towns to all of these smaller areas to see our patients intimately on the machine. Before a patient is committed to dialysis, once they reach that stage, there's a long process before that trying to get. I tell patients, obviously there's no other major organ in the body that can fail than we have a replacement for. Dialysis is not perfect, but we do, it gives people hope. But you have to take the right steps to prepare for it, to get the most out of it, to get the most quality of life, to have the most options as far as doing dialysis at home, going to a center. How far am I going to have to drive? And even more importantly, transplant. A patient who gets preemptively transplanted does better than any other patient who ever makes it to dialysis. It's hard to form that kind of relationship and guide patients appropriately. And our patients, especially in Mississippi, and I heard somebody talk about outside, as far as where we usually rank, our patients are already behind. And so I think what we're doing on the ground, in the trenches, on the front lines, is the best way to get the most high quality care to Mississippians. And I'm all about bringing access, but.
Well, that's also a bit of a crutch. There's always going to be the people that haven't sought any care that may show up with a creatinine 4 or 5. And that's beyond nephrology. That's somebody that hasn't seen a doctor in 5 or 10 years. If you could actually show me the case where somebody found a creatinine of 3 and they literally can't get into a nephrologist, that would be a real exception. If they make a call and say, hey, I've got a creatinine of 3, can you see them? I just don't believe. I mean, I call these guys and say, can you see this person that moved? Or again, in clinic, I've called Justin not too long ago. he offered an appointment within 3 weeks for my guy. Said, hey, he's going to start dialysis in Collins. You know, I'm going to turn him loose. Offered him a couple different times, but it's the identified. I mean, that's a big broader thing on there, and it's very unfortunate. We don't actually screen for insurance. You know, I've seen a lady in Carthage for several years that no insurance or creatinine's for. She's stable. I see her 3 times a year. She comes down. First, as soon as I mentioned dialysis, she actually started. She has, I think she actually got Medicare now. But I always tell people the same story. I said, insurance comes and goes. Insurance changes. We're still going to be taking care of you at the end of this. You end up on dialysis. I still need you prepared as much as possible. So we have, you know, some luxury to actually do some uninsured stuff. You may not have access to all the medicines you might on somebody else, but you're still doing far better, you know, than just being out in the woods with no supervision. Because you can do a pretty good bit with generic medicine. So, but the people that just come in and have not sought care, they've got mental health issues. They've got, you know, whatever, all the usual stuff that, you know, unfortunately, you know, gets penalized pretty hard in chronic kidney disease. They're going to be out there, but that's the exception.
So I'd like to make a comment on the access to care. You know, when we look at, and this is going to focus on dialysis units, not pre-dialysis CKD, but if you look at the state of Mississippi, and if you look at the dialysis units geographically in the state, most of which are Fresenius, Hattiesburg Clinic is in the southeast. But if you look at our state compared to other regional states in the southeast, we are much more spread out and equal and reaching these rural areas in the Delta. And the reason is for what you just alluded to, so patients don't have to drive more than 30 miles. You know, we're trying to limit the amount of driving cost to the patient, cost to the state, and basically try to improve their quality of life. So we are reaching out and much, I would argue, and it's out there, the map is there, much better than our other states in the Southeast. So when we look at the tenets of value-based care, right, one is access to care. Dialysis units are there. The other important thing that I'd like to point out, if you look at the capacity of dialysis in the state, our units in total are working at about 50% capacity. So we have the capacity in the state of Mississippi to accommodate twice as much dialysis, twice as many dialysis patients if needed. And fortunately, because of newer medicines, what we're actually seeing in the last 2 years is the incident rate of ESRD, dialysis, is actually declining both in our state as well as nationally. So that's, of course, good news. We want to avoid, you know, progression to dialysis. But that's going to touch on the aspect of access to care. The second tenet of value-based care, right, is quality. And Dr. Gersh, I'll give him 100% credit, but quality is in dialysis is very easy to measure because we are heavily regulated by Medicare. And Medicare sets certain quality metrics, and the dialysis units are held to those metrics. And those metrics are published on the internet. Anyone can access them, and they're called star ratings. If you look at the state of Mississippi, our average star ratings for all the dialysis units across the state outperforms all other states in the Southeast in terms of star ratings. So once again, we perform better, and this is consistent data for 10 plus years. So we hit the quality mark, we hit the access mark, and then third part of value-based care is cost, right? Because you want to provide that high quality care at an affordable cost. At Hattiesburg Clinic, we are in a Medicare accountable care organization and have been so for the last 9 years. And so Medicare provides that cost data to us. And this is all Medicare recipients, right? It's a large cohort of Medicare recipients, but they give us a subset of ESRD patients. And the reason for that is the cost to take care of a patient on dialysis is magnitudes more higher than a cost of a non-dialysis patient. But we have that cost data available to us at Hattiesburg Clinic of what it cost us to take care of a patient with ESRD. And then Medicare also compares us to other accountable care organizations and to national data, right? So the amount it costs Medicare per patient per year nationally to take care of someone on dialysis is $100,000 a year, $100,000 per year per patient. at Hattiesburg Clinic, we're able to do that at $75,000 per patient per year. So we are significantly under taking high quality care at low cost. And that gets back to the system works. It works well in the state. And I'm proud. I would put our dialysis units up against anyone in the country in terms of quality, cost, and access to care.
And
On the one last thing though, the problem, and this is actually why we're here, it's a very fragile system. These are poor patients, they're very sick patients, and they're out in rural areas. It's a very fragile system. Part of it's supported by the certificate of need, but the other part of it, and why we're here, is there are outside forces that are coming from outside of the state that are trying to encroach upon our patients. And one is, I think it's poor care. These are very sick patients and need to be seen physically. But we're here to try to start a conversation on behalf of all the other nephrologists in the state as far as what can we do to keep these external forces from coming and basically taking a piece of the pie through these contracts when really they're not. We're frustrated because they're not participating in this care.
And we're focused more not on the dialysis units, and that can be a discussion. I'm happy to talk CONs and the utility of the CONs, but that's not really what it, it's about. The CKD data is becoming more and more readily available. So he's an ACO. Me and Chris are in something called a KCE, which is also part of the Baton Rouge clinics in it. And these are kind of regional things, and they actually are monitoring CKD 4 and 5 in particular. There's a lot of data there. That shows we're doing well versus other KCEs around the country. And you can go through that. So the evidence is out there, and that's a broader discussion, but you can, anyway, so that's the data. That's what they're doing right now. They're collecting more and more data, trying to get that 2030 goal and trying to figure out what they're going to do in terms of the value-based part. But this is purely just saying, what's a good practice, for this. We got to set some kind of bar because these organizations are going to go as low over the bar as they possibly can.
Just lead with one more thing. My mother's 70. My 75-year-old mother lives in Chattanooga. My father died a few years ago from lung cancer. She's healthy, but she's had some falls and stuff. 5 hours away, we talk about her medical care and doctor's appointments and all of that. If she called me, or if I called her and inquired about, her health care, what she was being followed for, I guess that's the question that I would ask each of you. What do you think would be reasonable from her care provider to see her in person? Would that be once a year? And then if you say, all right, well, Mama, you've got to see this guy at least once a year. He can do all the other telehealth visits. Okay, that's maybe. But then you add kidney failure or close to transplant, discussions about end of life care and stuff like that. I don't think it's not a high bar.
I should add this. Medicare already knows that you're being ripped off with Tele-Nephrology on there. So they already have a rule saying if they're paying, you have to see the patient physically on dialysis. This is for dialysis, not for CKD, once every 3 months. Doesn't matter where you live. You can be in Alaska. Doesn't matter. They know they're getting ripped off on value if that person's not seeing them physically once every 3 months. So just because you magically went from CKD 4 to 5, you can go from no physical visits to now you have to have one every 3 months, on there. So it's only a commercial insurer that is even going to, attempt that. Medicare already knows, that's a bad practice.
Can I make another comment? Mississippi is exceptional in one area. The doctors really do relate to their patients. I can remember for years, the Hattiesburg Clinic was a major provider for dialysis for uninsured illegal immigrants. But we ran them for free because nobody was going to die on our watch. So before we break up that kind of connection between the doctor and the patient, I think we have to be very careful. Also, I think there's a difference between having mild chronic renal failure and being close to dialysis or on dialysis. An internist can handle most early diabetic nephropathy, and the patient has plenty of time to get an appointment to see a nephrologist. So before we dismantle what I think is the best program in the country, I'd be cautious. And I can tell you that members of my group actually gave talks at national meetings where the nephrologists lined up around the room to ask questions because our protocols were so advanced.
Well, even the absence of a decision is a decision. So it's telehealth is a positive thing, and it needs to be used in a positive way. It just needs some guardrails on it, on there, full stop. I mean, that's it.
Well, I appreciate you guys coming in and sharing this information with the board. It's always good to know kind of how people are practicing and what the infrastructure looks like in certain areas of practice within Mississippi. So we thank you for your time. Quite honestly, you give me chest pain because you do such a good job, and all three of y'all are here. So I'm worried about the people out there and their kidneys. Because somebody, I'm sure, is in somebody's emergency room and is going to need to be seen and cared for soon. So any other questions that anybody has, Dr. Cleveland?
Mark, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page here. The request today is that for internal medicine specialties, that the board require an in-person visit at least once a year.
Yeah, and I think where it could get a little gray, as you say, what if your initial encounter is with telemedicine? I think that's legitimate. Obviously, that may be a way to introduce your access, and you could start the clock there and say you have a year to see them even, and they could start off with telemedicine. If that's, you could be pretty liberal with this, but you just got to set at least something saying, hey, you've got a year to see them physically. You can start off with telemedicine even if you want, fine, but just realize you got to have some sort of relationship, and that's a very minimum bar.
I just wanted to make sure that y'all understand the request that they're making is for a regulation for internal medicine subspecialties.
I think internal medicine subspecialties.
So that would be cardiology, nephrology.
That's what we're most intimately familiar with. I
Right.
can't see any of those guys not needing to see somebody once a year.
That's broad. So that's like everybody. If you say
It
that.
is.
It's everybody.
So staff's more happy to work on these regulations and bring them to the board.
So I believe that we've heard from one group. I think that, so historically, when we've had things like this arise and considerations are going into something that would change, because we really, as a board, try not to be overly prescriptive as it pertains to how patients interact and engage with their physicians. So I think before we would consider that, there would have to be an opportunity to hear public responses to something of that magnitude, because that would be a little bit more, I think, prescriptive than we've been outside of when we're talking about initiation of care or transfer of care, like into facilities and things like that, to require an evaluation of patients who are coming in for the purpose of safety. I don't know that we've done that long standing over, like, in perpetuity. So I would say that would probably be something that, while you guys have given us that suggestion, we would have to open it up, because you'd be surprised, just depending on people's, and you might have people who feel like once a year is not enough. They may say more, who knows?
Well, there certainly will be,
Yeah.
there certainly will be, it's just about a minimum bar. And the only reason I throw out all the subspecialties is because I certainly did want to extend it to psychiatry or some other places, on there. But, I got the impression just saying nephrology might be too narrow, and then y'all didn't want to go one by one, on there. So maybe more discussion from other groups, or a lot of groups are already going to be. I'll give this example, so Ken's wife, Jackson Oncology Associates, they had to keep somebody physically, tell me if I'm wrong, in the building anytime chemo was being given. So even on Friday afternoon when chemo is being given,
That's correct.
they have to have an oncologist on site, or Medicare is going to deem them. So even if that patient had to come from wherever, they don't have the option to not be on site and be physical. So there would be no problem with hematology. So, I interact with all these guys. There's not too many situations where they're not going to see them physically, once a year.
I appreciate that. We're getting a long laundry list of things for rules and regs to consider and to look over.
It's going to be a busy year for
Indeed.
rules and regs. There's no question about it. But I do think that we're at a place where this will be good. These are needed changes, probably long overdue. And then the part that Dr. Philippi brings today is just with the rapid change in technology, including that what COVID forced upon us, as well as the rapid licensure of physicians throughout the United States, thanks to the Interstate Medical Licensure Compact, that there are rule changes that have to be put into place because of all the Pandora boxes that all that opens up. So
I certainly appreciate the time and the discussion. So
Thank y'all so much. All right. So at this time, item 14 on our agenda is for informational purposes only. This is in the case of Iwan Nyotowidjojo. Paul.
Thank you. And I will accept your pronunciation of the name. I was just gonna say, Dr. N.
Nyotowidjojo.
Say it again.
Nyotowidjojo.
Nyotowidjojo. That's close to what was coming out of my mouth in the past. But this is for informational purposes only, and this is the first time this issue has come before the board in that this is a compact licensee. His license was suspended by his state of primary licensure under the compact statute and rules. That means that his license is automatically suspended by action of law without any further action necessary by the board. And so that's why, and you see in the materials, the letter signed by Dr. Cleveland in which we notified him of that automatic suspension. I wanted to come before the board just so that you knew you had suspended him. You didn't have to take action, but he is suspended because of the compact law. But if anybody asks, and this will be published on our website. It has been reported to the data bank, and that's just consistent with our obligations under the medical licensure compact. When your primary state disciplines you, all compact states, have to take the same action. If it's not your primary state, then that's where we can make a decision. The board can make a decision, has the discretion whether to act. In this, we have no discretion. So he has been automatically suspended. In order to get his license back, he would have to apply for an MD permanent or a DO permanent license like anyone else, and would have to come before this board and be approved in order for his license to be reinstated. So that's the information on that. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Action against one compact license starts like another chain that's kind of not good, isn't it?
it's correct. And as Paul alluded to, there's different situations. So this is a situation where the state of primary licensure suspended his license. So it's automatic. There's no options. If, say, a second state that he has a compact license in, but it's not his state of primary licensure, then there are options there. And so we evaluate those on a case-by-case basis. If we think there's imminent threat there, then we would bring it to the board for suspension. What we typically do if we don't believe there's imminent threat is tell them that they're no longer allowed to renew under the compact. And if they would like to continue to practice in Mississippi, they have to apply for a traditional license instead of a compact license.
Because the whole purpose of the ability to obtain a compact license is contingent upon that clean first primary license. And so once you've dirtied that up, then you mess up the stuff that comes out.
Yeah.
All right. So any other questions, board members? Dr. Gersh, question? Okay. All right, next case. Hearing in the case of James Leslie Henderson, MD. Motion for continuance.
Yes, ma'am. This case, there have been multiple continuances in this case, but the circumstances have changed. We've been made aware of new information that, in my opinion, mitigates for an additional continuance. This case involves the loss of privileges by Dr. Henderson at Choctaw Medical Center, the Choctaw tribe of the Mississippi Band of Choctaw Indians, a federal facility. There are limitations on the appeals that he could make from that loss of privileges. However, one of the exceptions that to the rule that he cannot appeal that beyond a certain point is defamation. And we have been made aware and confirmed that Dr. Henderson has brought a federal defamation action against the officers who were responsible for his loss of privileges, alleging that the allegations against him were untrue. And so while that litigation is pending, for now, I believe we should do it. It should be from meeting to meeting. It is advisable that we continue his hearing because if we did not, Dr. Henderson is planning on alleging that he was not given due process by the hospital, which would mean that this board would have to hear from approximately 20 witnesses to determine whether or not the procedure by which his privileges were taken comply with due process. It is, in my opinion, it is much more advisable to allow the federal courts to determine whether or not the allegations are true or false. And so that this board does not have to be first up at the plate to make that decision. So I recommend that the board continue this action into July and that we would then again address it anew at that point, whether any further continuance would be advisable. And happy to answer any questions.
Dr. Kinard? Okay. Any questions at this time? Is there a motion?
Hey, real quick question from Roth. So my impression reading this was that he's still getting under the due diligence from the Choctaw place in terms of his kind of discipline and things like that. Is that correct?
Well, it's our understanding that that process, and and I apologize if I get any of this incorrect, but that process is over, but he has gone a step beyond that and actually filed a defamation action. And that was procedurally the best step he could take in light of the fact that it was a federal facility. If this, was a state licensed facility, his options would be different. That's based on what his attorney has reported to me. And I would be happy to explore the procedural ins and outs and report with more detail to the board in July.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve the continuance.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded that the motion for continuance be granted in the case of Dr. Henderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, continuance is granted. Next, hearing in the case of Rommel Asagwara.
Yes, ma'am. We are here on an agreed motion for continuance until July 2025 and an extension of the existing suspension. This case has been continued several times. There are complex factual circumstances, but you'll see the first page in your materials, the agreement to set hearing date, that was worked out with Dr. Asagwara's counsel. Dr. Asagwara no longer resides in the state of Mississippi. Most of you know or probably know that our actions, the board actions, suspensions, etc., Summonses and affidavits are not effective until the physician, the licensee, is personally served. Sometimes we can do that by registered mail, but personal service is preferred. When you have trouble locating the physician to hand them, to serve them with documents, it becomes more difficult. Now, in this case, we filed the initial charges against Dr. Asagwara, and then additional information came to light when Dr. Asagwara, as you will recall, at the November board meeting, had some emotional difficulties, and that hearing was continued for Dr. Asagwara to seek evaluation. And information came to the board's attention that perhaps Dr. Asagwara was violating the agreement not to practice that he had signed at that time. Based on that, Dr. Cleveland issued temporary action without hearing on the finding that Dr. Asagwara's continued practice was an imminent threat to public safety. That was service of that document was accepted by Dr. Asagwara's attorney, properly served. However, in light of that new information, we also have filed an amended affidavit against Dr. Asagwara, adding charges based on this new information of violating the agreement not to practice with the board, and some additional charges related to continued practice. Dr. Asagwara and his attorneys raised some issues about the timing of the amended affidavit and whether or not he had been given his statutorily required 30 days notice period if we held the hearing during this May meeting. Therefore, Mr. Ingram and I, after consulting, and we're acting as co-counsel in this case, it will take both of us, we agreed that in order to protect the jurisdiction of the board, to avoid any giving any potential issue for appeal, that postponing the hearing until July with the agreement of Dr. Asagwara and his counsel, and with the understanding that the order of temporary suspension remains in effect. He is still suspended from the practice of law in Mississippi until that hearing, that this agreement was in the best interest of the board, the case, and protecting Dr. Asagwara's constitutional rights.
Medicine. You said suspended from practice of law.
I'm sorry. Medicine.
Okay. I was like, he's doing.
I was just trying to speak up.
He's doing law too? Just kidding. Science.
So I would request that the board grant this motion in light of those circumstances.
Any
Quick
questions?
question. So has he complied with the I guess his request to abstain from practicing?
That is an ongoing question. I do not have any evidence that, other than what is in the new affidavit, but I can't tell you for sure. That's an ongoing. We're going to look at that on an ongoing basis.
I don't.
And that's still under an investigation, and it's probably best that we just don't discuss that in open session at this time.
What Dr. Cleveland said is the best answer to the question.
Yeah, I was going to say, we haven't brought this forward, so it's not really pertinent to what we have in front of us.
But the charges that are relevant are up to the date in April when Dr. Cleveland issued the temporary suspension. They're current that date.
Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the continuance.
Second.
Moved and properly seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor for approving this continuance, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, thank you. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda, hearing in the case of Mary T. Jacobson. Another motion for continuance?
Yes, ma'am. Miss Julie Mitchell is the attorney for Dr. Jacobson. This is a first request for a continuance. Ms. Mitchell simply needs additional time to prepare for the hearing. And therefore, we do not oppose her first motion for a continuance. And we request that it be granted.
Is there a motion?
Motion to grant the continuance.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the motion for continuance for Mary Jacobson, Dr. Jacobson, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Yep. You were a aye for in favor. Dr.
In
Ross?
support, in support of the continuance. Sorry, I was a little late on my button.
No worries, we got a delay. That's okay, no worries. And any abstentions? All right, so the motion is granted. If it's possible, just based on looking at the agenda right now, can we go to agenda item 19 and handle 19 before we do 18?
Yes, ma'am. And I was about to make that suggestion that we
Okay.
pass 18, and since that's going to require
We
executive
don't-
session.
We don't do an approval of the agenda, so we can make that little adjustment, but we'll go ahead and just kind of do item number 19, which is a hearing in the case of Dr. Olson, unopposed motion for continuance.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Olson is represented by Philip Hearn, an attorney that many of you know. Primarily lives in Blue Mountain, Mississippi, but practices all over the state. He's appeared before this board many times. Mr. Hearn has a serious medical condition which arose in the last 10 days. That's required surgery, and he is still recuperating. He's still on IV antibiotics. And so due to his medical condition, he is unable to participate and requested that we grant a continuance. And I agree that it is good cause and that there are certainly grounds for a continuance on that basis.
Is there a motion?
I so moved.
Second.
Thank you, Drs. Gersh and Givens. It's been moved and properly seconded that we approve the motion for continuance for Dr. Olson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that motion is granted. Paul, I don't know if you get a chance to see or talk to Philip, but if you do, let him know we're praying for him. Hope he pulls through and gets well soon.
I haven't spoken to him since his surgery, which I think was on Saturday, but I'll be in contact.
Yeah. All right, so now I think that's taking care of both of those things. So now we can go back to 18.
Okay. And Madam President, I would just like to say, and I believe it's obvious that we have one disciplinary hearing today, the case of Dr. Cook, and Mr. Mercier is here for that. The only other matter before this, an investigative subpoena, will require the board to go into executive session to hear from Dr. Cleveland. And then after that, where the board is going to take a break and for how long, I think is something that perhaps we need to consider. Or the board needs to consider.
Well, so it is nearing the lunch hour. Francis is usually sitting out here, but as you can tell by looking at the lovely panel of gentlemen over my left shoulder, Francis is not out here. So I don't know if or when lunch is coming and what the timeline looks like, but I know that it probably would be best for us just to break for lunch or recess for lunch before trying to start the hearing. It's what I'm thinking, just based on how time is looking.
Yeah.
Would that work
I
better? For
agree,
you?
and I was.
Mr. Mercier, you guys would that be okay if that's what we ended up doing? Would that work for you guys? Okay. So
I would just ask a question of our hearing officer, not to put our new hearing officer on the spot, but procedurally, can they go to executive session and then and state that they're not going to return until after the lunch break?
I mean, are we?
Whichever, I mean, that's the board's preference. How about, I think, come out and then announce?
Because it's executive session, we'll come out, make the announcement, and then we can recess.
Yes, ma'am. Well, then I would request, go ahead, sir.
I was just going to suggest that if the board prefers, the executive director could come out and announce that y'all have come out of executive session. And then we could announce the findings after lunch.
Okay.
Just less movement.
We're just trying to keep y'all from having to bounce back and forth any more than you absolutely have to.
Okay, so,
What's
we,
the board's pleasure?
so, we can, come out of executive session. You can make the announcement. We can actually announce what the findings were from executive session when we reconvene after our lunch break. But for the board members, so we also would extend the offer for Dr. Cook and Mr. Mercier to be able to eat. So we can come back out here and let you guys grab food if you're going to eat with us and then, or eat, partake with us. And then, so we'll let you guys come in when we finish. Okay?
And we will provide an area. I believe we've done it before for Mr. Mercier, but if not, we'll provide an area for them to
Where they can eat
privately,
and,
where they can
yeah.
consult.
Sounds great. All right.
Again, then I would request that the board entertain a motion to go into closed session to consider executive session based on the investigative subpoena issue.
Can I so move that? So move that.
Thank you, Doctors Kinard and Gersh. It's been moved and properly seconded that we close the meeting to consider whether to go into executive session regarding the regarding the request for investigative subpoenas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. We're now closed.
Dr. Roth, if you'll mute your Zoom feed and then we'll get you on the phone in the conference room.
Okay, so I'm gonna mute my Zoom and you'll just call my cell.
Correct.
All right, I'm walking in there right now. Thanks.
We are now back in open session, and Dr. Kinard will give us he's up there. So we're back in open session, and if you'll recall, before we recessed for lunch, we had executive session. So Dr. Kinard will give the findings or decisions from executive session.
Yes, thank you. Executive session resulted in approval of 4 investigative subpoenas.
Thank you. So at this time, we will go ahead and move on to the next item on the agenda, which is a hearing in the case of Dr. Richard Eugene Cook.
Madam President, Madam Hearing Officer, if we could take care of some housekeeping ahead of time, we think it'll move things along faster. I'm going to be offering to be put into evidence and in the record documents that are Bates numbered MSBML 1 through 631. And briefly, that includes the summons, the affidavit, and acceptance of service by Mr. Mercier for Dr. Cook, notice of appearance by Mr. Mercier, the complaint the board received about Dr. Cook, pamphlets, policies, and procedures and orders. Those are documents from the Moore Health and Wellness, which is the business owned by the RN in question, where IV hydration was practiced. A statement from Cameron Thornton, I believe, which is the owner of the RN in question. There's a large group of documents establishing Dr. Cook's CMEs. There are some emails between Dr. Cook and our investigator, James Payne, about document production. There's a document about Dr. Cook being the medical director, is 1 page. There are invoices from Empower Pharmacy and McGuff Supplies for the purchase of IV fluids and other IM medications and supplies. There is a group of medical records that's 10 patients, I believe, of this facility, and those records will not be presented to the public. This board is exempt from HIPAA and therefore has the right to see the unredacted records. However, I just want to caution everyone, and including any potential witnesses, not to say, the patient's name, not to reveal any confidential information when we get to those. The first order of continuance, Dr. Cook's response to the affidavit. Number 629 is a video, which was a regulatory controller RC meeting held between Dr. Cleveland and Dr. Cook. Several investigators were present. I was present, and Mr. Mercier was present. Dr. Cook attended by Zoom. That is number 629. That video is in electronic format. And the last document is the IV hydration guidance issued by this board. That's number 630 through 631. So if Mr. Mercier has any objections to those, I'd ask him to make those at this time.
We have no objection to introduction of those documents into evidence.
I think Mr. Mercier has some documents as well.
Good afternoon. On behalf of Dr. Cook, we would like to offer into evidence documents Bates numbered Dr. Cook 001 to Dr. Cook 188. Those documents include communications between Dr. Cook and We Treat LLC, and communications between Dr. Cook and More Health Wellness, as well as patient charts that were requested, which we would also request at some point be redacted so that they will not disclose the confidential information if they're made a part of the record for later purposes. And also there were infusion standing orders were the last group of documents comprising that set. So we would offer those into evidence, subject to any objections by Mr. Barnes.
No objection.
Okay, for the record purposes, are we going to call board exhibits MSMBL 1 through 631 as composite exhibit 1? Is that how you normally do this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We can make a composite exhibit 1, and that way we can refer to the specific pages.
Okay. And Mr. Messer, Dr. Cook's exhibits 001 through 188.
Correct.
We'll call that respondent exhibit, composite exhibit 1. Okay. Hearing no objections from either side, but those will be admitted and introduced into the record accordingly.
May it please the board, when you're ready, I'd like to make an opening, to have some opening comments.
You may say.
This is an IV hydration case. It's not the first one this board has heard. It will not be the last. The evidence will show that this business involves a very familiar business model, and you'll hear from Dr. Cook. This is an IV hydration business owned and operated by an RN, not an APRN, NP, PA, an RN. Dr. Cook was the medical director of this facility. He has already admitted and agreed that his role included allowing the use of his credentials to purchase supplies, supplements, etc. Those were purchased in his name with his credentials from Empower Pharmacy and from McGuff Supplies. Dr. Cook and the RN were connected by a company called We Treat. We Treat, as I understand it, we'll hear from Dr. Cook, links prospective medical directors, prospective nurse practitioners, prospective RNs. It's like a staffing company. It pulls these people together and connects them. I expect Dr. Cook to talk a lot about his relationship with We Treat, which is perfectly his right. However, We Treat is not a licensee of this board. We Treat is not before this board. Dr. Cook is a licensee of this board. Dr. Cook is, and his misconduct is the subject that must be decided by the board. Now, I said it's a familiar business model. There's one slight wrinkle. At this business, when the patients came in, they filled out some forms, questionnaires, which were then, as I understand it, reviewed by one or more nurse practitioners. But the nurse practitioners did not make a diagnosis. The nurse practitioners did not issue an order for the administration of IVs or IM injections. These reviews were all done through telemedicine. Some of them were included video. Several of them, the records show, are marked as async or asynchronous, meaning that there was no real-time audio-visual interaction. But there's no diagnosis. There's no order from an NP, give this patient an IV. Instead, the orders under whose authority the RN relied to give these IVs come from so-called standing orders issued and signed by Dr. Cook, who is a physician in Maryland. On those standing orders are what the RN relied on and gave the patients or the customers the IVs. The NPs ended, you'll see in the records, they ended their role with saying, well, in accordance with the patient is cleared for IV in accordance with the medical director's standing or protocols. So the NPs really don't add anything other than an NP reviewed the limited history that was taken. There's a lot of boilerplate as you flip through those medical records. You'll see 95% of those records are just boilerplate. Dr. Cook's involvement with this facility in his role as medical director, it violates the prescribing rules. It violates this board's rules against assisting the unlicensed practice of medicine. Again, a key point, there's no medical diagnosis, no medical indication indicated in any of the records. Some of the products that were dispensed into these patients' veins or IM included hangover. I believe one is beauty. It's not beauty mix. We'll get to it, but it's beauty something. Restore my energy, restore my nutrients. That's what's indicated in the records. Now, when we met with Dr. Cook, I believe in October of 2024, Dr. Cook admitted conduct which is in direct violation of this board's regulations, which is in direct violation of this board's guidance issued on IV hydration practices in September 2023, on or about September 5th, 2023. As the board will recall, that was not only posted on the board's website, but it was emailed to all licensees of the board who have prescriptive authority, MDs, DOs, and PAs. Respectfully, this board has the discretion, obviously, to determine make findings of fact, determinations of law. But I do respectfully submit that misconduct of this type and of this level warrants stringent discipline. And that's what the evidence will show. And at the end of all the evidence, I'll ask that you find Dr. Cook guilty of each of the charges and impose discipline.
Mr. Mercer, you want to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you. Let me start by saying that Dr. Cook is not an owner of More Health and Wellness or of We Treat, either one. He didn't design their business models or any flaws that are in them. Those aren't his responsibility. As far as the medications or the vitamins actually that were ordered under his number, what was ordered were nothing more than vitamins and supplements. There were no legend drugs ordered, no scheduled medications ordered. That's something I think that we may disagree on, but according to my client, if anything was ordered under his number that was either a legend drug or scheduled medication, it was out without his authorization or permission. That he did in his protocols allow for the vitamins and the supplements. So if someone did something illegal, that's not his responsibility at this point. He worked under a contract. He was not an owner. He was not a manager. He shared in no profits from this organization whatsoever. His duties under his contract did not include supervision of the RN in question or any RNs or any nurse practitioners. The nurse practitioners did not have a collaborative agreement, which was discovered by Dr. Cook 6 months into the contract, although it wasn't his responsibility to ensure that they did have a collaborative physician. That was not his responsibility. But he was sent a notification by the nursing board that a nurse practitioner had signed his name to, or submitted his name to be a collaborative physician. Upon receipt of that, this was 6 months into the contract, he immediately notified the nursing board that no, he didn't agree to that. He's never agreed to that. That's not a part of his contract. That's not what he signed on to do. That's when he terminated the contract he had with WeTreat. Dr. Cook has not admitted to violations in the video, as Mr. Barnes suggested. That's a conclusion of Mr. Barnes based upon the statements that were made. Dr. Cook at no time said, I'm in violation of the regulations. I just want to make that clear. If More Health and Wellness didn't require compliance with other laws, that's not the responsibility of my client. His job and his duty to this board and to the state of Mississippi is to comply with the regulations and laws that govern him. The things that WeTreat or More Health and Wellness did are not his responsibility. He is to comply as a licensee with your regulations, which he did. But to try to attribute the misdeeds of More Health and Wellness and WeTreat to a licensee that was under a contract that specified his specific duties, that's not fair, and that singles him out. And I think that would send a signal to anybody in the state that's a physician that anything that anybody does in an organization that you have a contract with, you may be subject to that being attributed to you by vicarious liability or by some mechanism this board desires to use to punish the physician for violations by an organization that aren't under the jurisdiction of this board. So we ask you at the end of the evidence that you see it and you understand from Dr. Cook's testimony and the documents that he has not violated the regulations. And I also ask this board to remember that he is a respondent here. It's not his job to prove his innocence. It's the board's job, the board's duty and responsibility to prove their case against him. That's by clear and convincing evidence. I think you'll see at the end of this, that if things were done wrong, and it appears to me that yes, they were, but it was by the organization and not by a doctor who was plugged in to the business model. And it's unfair to make him be responsible for an organization's misdeeds that he owned no part of, and didn't profit from them. It didn't work that way. Thank you.
I call Dr. Cook as an adverse witness. Has to be sworn.
Before we get started on that, Paul, can I get a copy of the exhibits?
What? They're on the Service Pro.
I don't have access to the Service Pro.
Apologies. You plugged in.
Yeah.
Got them.
I got them. Thank you.
Could I have Dr. Cook sworn when you're ready? All this.
You may proceed. Dr. Cook, if you'll stand, please, and you'll have a seat over here, and if you'll raise your hand and get sworn in by the court reporter.
You solemnly swear from testimony about all the meetings and that so help you God.
Yes, ma'am, I do. Okay, Dr. Cook, now you take a seat right over here, please, sir.
Can you give me just a minute, Mr. Barnes, before you get started? Can we just confirm with Dr. Roth that he has the documents available for review? And if you would hold up, I think we're also waiting for Dr. Gersh to receive the service program.
Hey, guys, are they in the board agenda that Francis sent to me?
Second, it's a separate document, I believe.
So,
Okay, they're on SharePoint. Let me go see if Francis sent him the link.
okay, Dr. Roth, we're just gonna make sure, because that first PDF should be about 600 some odd pages. And if you don't have access to that PDF, we want to make sure that you have the correct documents before we started.
Yeah, that's great. It looks like the PDF I'm on has 158 pages. So if you can send me the other one, I can open it up and proceed.
Do you remember if you received a link to SharePoint documents?
Hold on, Ken, let me check. I'm in the.
From Francis?
Francis would have seen them before. There was several links that came through in advance of the meeting.
Okay, so it would have been before the one I got Monday.
We're checking. I'm not sure which day she sent them out.
As soon as you let that know, I'll let you know.
Yeah, our paralegal is checking that, Dr. Roth.
Okay, that's fine.
And we can resend them. We can resend you the link if we need to.
Okay.
Like your water bottle.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
All right, did y'all just send that from Jared to me?
That's correct.
Okay.
All right.
He said it'll be under the exhibits folder,
All right. I just got the,
May 2025.
I didn't get the folder. It just says, I guess, do I need to go to the home? Let me see. Hold on. Yep. Got it. Y'all can proceed. I got the documents.
Dr. Cook, if you would, please just explain to the board how this business operation worked and what your role was in it.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam President Owens and the rest of the esteemed Mississippi Medical Board. My name is Dr. Richard Cook, medical license 31126. And I was hired as a 1099 employee of WeTreat back in February of 2024. as a medical director, not a collaborating physician, not anything else. On their website, which I gave the board reference to, they clearly delineate between the hiring of medical directors and collaborating physicians. Mississippi and pretty much all other states have clear definitions between medical directors and collaborating physicians. My contract with We Treat clearly delineated, which you all have, me as a medical director and not a collaborating physician as well. My primary job for this vitamin IV infusion center was to establish a protocol similar to what I do with paramedics, as I'm a licensed EMS physician as well, establishing their protocol. And this protocol, which was extremely easy, were basically vitamins, amino acids, things you could buy at Giant or Safeway or whatever pharmacy is in your area. You have access to that material as well. Anything else that is done outside of that protocol is not signed by me. And in addition to that job of establishing a safe protocol in which no patients were ever harmed or hurt or had any adverse effects to, I told this nurse, who I thought was very on top of her business in Gulfport, Mississippi, board certified RN, who are able to own their own businesses as long as they follow the same rules and regulations that any administrator does that owns a clinic or business or works at a hospital, that I would also be on call for her if in case anything ever happened outside of the nurse practitioners that were already working with her company. And that's it.
Okay, let me back up just a second. I believe you just testified that these vitamins and supplements that were used at Moore Health and Witness could be purchased anywhere by anyone. Is that your testimony?
That is correct.
Okay.
The vitamins.
Do you not agree that when you purchase a vitamin supplement in a form to be placed in an IV and inserted into someone's vein, that is then by definition a prescription medication?
That prescription medication is authorized by an NP and an MD, and who has verified that that has been sent to a pharmacy and been authorized by that pharmacy. So yes.
Right. So I, a non-physician, not an MP, not a PA, I actually can't go down to Costco or Walmart and purchase these liquid drugs.
I didn't say purchase liquid drugs. I said purchase the supplements.
Right. Can I do that? Is that your testimony, that I can go purchase the liquid supplements that were put in the IVs by this facility?
I didn't say liquid supplements. I said supplements. If anyone wants to Google any amino acids or vitamin C or zinc and see that they can pick it up at Amazon or their local pharmacy, please feel free to.
Well, how were those placed into a form so that they could be put in an IV and infused to a patient?
That's where my role as a physician comes into, and that's what the pharmacist looks at when he's putting that into that solution.
Is it your testimony that those supplements were put into the IV fluids, whether saline or ringers, the base solution, by the pharmacy and not by any personnel at Moore Health and Wellness?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. If your protocol actually mentioned the nurse adding the supplements on the spot, is that something that you don't recall or you didn't remember?
So your question is the nurse is doing that? The nurse has the authority to do that, but most of these are pre-made. Sometimes with any IV fluids, you get the fluids and you get the vitamins and you have to infuse the vitamins in them. Just as you give a vaccine, at a nurse, by a nurse, and there's a vial of sterile water and there's a powder and the nurse puts them together. No difference. But to my knowledge, most, if not all of this was done at the pharmacy.
Okay. Do you know what the FDA's definition is of compounding?
Yes, I do. I use compounding medications myself.
Right. Well, you understand that the FDA, that a bag of IV fluids, saline, that is one component. That is a prescription medication.
Absolutely.
If you add two more substances for a total of three, one of which is the bag, the FDA considers that to be compounding. Okay. So if any of your standing orders call for more than one addition to that bag, that would be compounded and compounding. Do you understand that?
Yeah, that's why I'm the medical director and that's on my protocol.
And I know you emphasize that you're a medical director, that you're simply an employee. Who ultimately was responsible for ensuring the safety and protection of the patients who received IV infusions at Moore Health and Wellness?
Well, when the nurses do a good faith exam, they do take a history. And that history deems how significantly risky that patient is. That's the first line of defense. The second line of defense is the treatment itself. How risky is the treatment? This treatment is not risky at all. We've all heard the term banana bag, and this is pretty much similar to that.
But who's responsible? Who is ultimately responsible for ensuring the safety?
The safety is ensured by the treatment and the team that is around the treatment.
Okay, the team. You're a member of the team, is that right?
I'm the medical director. The people that do the good faith exams which are the nurse practitioners who have a collaborating physician or who are supposed to, is that component of the team. I'm not clinical. I'm more administrative and protocol driven.
Do you recall telling us at the meeting that all of you were responsible, that you included had at least shared ultimate responsibility for the patient safety?
No, I do not.
Okay, we'll come back to that.
But as a medical director, as I told you before, I told the nurse if she had any questions, concerns, adverse effects, I'm absolutely willing and was absolutely willing to chat with her. It just never came up because of the safety of the treatment.
I was going to say, so how many times did you ever talk to this RN about any of the patients?
As you can see by what was given to the board, several times within the first month, maybe in the first couple of weeks. And that was when we started, and I wanted to make sure that the clinical flow and business flow were safe.
How many patient charts did you review?
All the charts that you gave me.
How many charts did you review at the time when the patients came in?
There were no charts to review at that point in time. You asked me what patients did we talk about?
Doctor, patient came in to Moore Health and Wellness. What did they do next? What's the next step?
Could you be more clear with that question?
I'm asking you, a patient comes in, says, well, what do they say? Do they say, I'm sick? Do they say, I want to buy a product? How does that work?
So you have access to this information, and one of the things that the board has stated is the use of telemedicine and the telemedicine rules and laws of how they apply to kiosks is the word they use, and apps. So usually before they get to be seen in the clinic, they go online and look at what is offered, what they would potentially like to have done. And there's an algorithm of if they meet that criteria or not. And that's even before they have a good faith exam by the nurse practitioner. This was mentioned in the Mississippi Medical Board notes that you presented that was done. So after that, and they find out what they want to do and they're authorized to do that, they then go into the clinic and are deemed safe for treatment.
Okay. And I am familiar with the documents, Doctor. I'm asking questions to get your interpretation of the documents. That's the purpose of my questions. And so before they come to this facility, or do you consider a clinic? What do you call it? Business?
IV hydration clinic.
Okay. Before they come to the IV hydration clinic, the patients go online to the website. A website, is that right?
We Treat has a website, just like a hospital is the main station for all of their specialties. And We Treat has many customers that can go to their website and select a place that's close to them and see what they offer. And if it's what they want, then they're deemed a thumbs up or thumbs down to get that treatment or not.
To see what products are available.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So do they fill out a form, a questionnaire? What's the first step in that process?
That's all done online.
I know, but as medical director, are you not familiar with the procedure?
There's a form online that they fill out.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So there's a form online that they fill out. Then who reviews that?
The nurse practitioners and the RN.
Okay. Nurse practitioners, the RN, you don't review those.
As I said, I'm mostly administrative and protocol driven.
And you said you were not clinical, but then you also said that during the first few weeks of operation that you talked to the nurse several times to ensure that things were being handled appropriately. Is that not a clinical role?
I said mostly not clinical, but yes, if I want to make sure someone's using my license the correct way, I'm going to talk to them about it, review my protocol with them several times. That's redundancy and it's for patient safety.
Okay. So nurse practitioner reviews this questionnaire. Does that questionnaire include like a history and physical?
The questionnaire does include a history of physical, yes.
Okay. So is it a thorough history?
It's a superficial IV hydration focused physical.
Well, how exactly is I mean, these reviews are done online, and as I understand it, the nurse practitioners are never at this facility. It's done through telemedicine, correct?
Right, that's telehealth, yes.
Okay. Is that done through synchronous, real-time, audio-visual telehealth, or are some of these visits asynchronous?
Just like what's mentioned in the complaint, they're done all the above.
So at least some of these reviews by the nurse practitioners do not involve real-time audio-visual or audio contact with the patient.
Correct, which by the rules and laws of the Mississippi Board of Medicine is something that can be done.
Okay, after the nurse practitioner reviews the questionnaire or the answers, the history information, has some sort of interaction, either synchronous or asynchronous, with the patient. So then the nurse practitioner then forms a diagnosis?
Yes, and we have many ICD codes for preventative medicine, preventative health. I could share them with you, but I'd also like to just state again that I'm the medical director. I don't oversee the nurses. That's not in my contract. But I, of course, know the process of how patients get to become IV fluid, get IV fluids. But that's not my role.
But you're the medical director.
Yes, and even under the Board of Mississippi term of board of medical director, my role, in addition to my role in my contract, does not have anything to do with collaboration or overseeing nurse practitioners.
Doctor, you keep mentioning your contract as if your contract with We Treat can somehow limit or constrain your obligations, your professional responsibilities as a physician. Is that your understanding?
No, but what is my understanding is that we cannot conflate being a medical director with a collaborating physician. Mississippi has its own definition of that also.
I am aware. I don't think you answered my question, to be fair. Do you believe that your responsibilities as a physician are limited to whatever We Treat told you you had to do in your contract?
I don't see why it wouldn't be. Why would I be looking for more work to do? Why would I be someone who actually went out and made sure a nurse practitioner had a collaborating physician or not? Hospital administrators don't do that. Administrators do, hospital administrators do that. Office administrators do that. They don't ask the physician to.
Okay, so was it your testimony that the nurse practitioners make a diagnosis?
Yeah, and I mentioned that I had several ICD-10 codes for that because I know that was mentioned to the board. Other general medical examination, other specified counseling services, encounter for screening for unspecified conditions, encounter for a procedure for purposes other than remedying health state unspecified, other specified nutritional deficiencies, other fatigue, obesity, person encountering health services for consultation and or medical treatment, and I could go on.
Well, we'll go to some specific records where we can see what the nurse practitioners marked as their diagnosis. And then, of course, they formed a plan. Is that right?
I would assume they have formed a plan.
Okay. Was the plan not formed when the patient went online and said, yeah, that's what I want?
That's part of it, and that's legal via Mississippi Board telehealth guidelines. And that sounds redundant to me that a nurse practitioner would confirm that and then add their own recommendations.
Whose prescriptive authority was used by the RN to infuse these IVs?
Prescriptive authority?
Yes, sir.
Protocol was done. Prescriptive authority is based on an NP having the certifications to do that. Already, and the nurse already having IV fluids at her office, they're not ordered on the spot at the time of care. Just like when you go to an ER and get IV fluids, they're not ordering IV fluids to come down and give to the patient. These are pre-ordered. They're kept at the facility. And once a patient has been deemed appropriate and safe to be given them, they're given them there on the spot, just like a nurse gives IV fluids in the ER, just like a nurse who visits a patient gives them IV antibiotics. This nurse just happened to own her own practice, which is perfectly legal.
Okay. So under Mississippi law, prescriptive authority means that a person can issue a lawful prescription for a legend drug. Okay. I'll ask you, you can question that if you'd like, but, and I'm paraphrasing, but that's a general definition. And under Mississippi law, physicians have prescriptive authority. Physician assistants have prescriptive authority within the scope of their practice, and nurse practitioners have prescriptive authority within the scope of their practice, okay? One of those three people has to order an IV be given for Mississippi law to be complied with. And so what what I'm asking you is which of those three people, a physician, a nurse practitioner, or a physician assistant, gave the order which this RN relied on to give those IVs?
The nurse practitioner.
The nurse practitioner issued an order.
They are the ones who initiate the order and deem the patient safe to be given that IV fluid.
Well, then what's the purpose of your standing orders?
Well, as I said earlier, we need to have IV fluids at the clinic on hand for when the patients come in. You don't come in and wait for a day or two for them to be delivered to the clinic.
Okay, I didn't understand that as answering my question. What's the purpose of the standing orders? Are you saying it's just so that stocking is done appropriately? Do you have an appropriate stock of materials on hand?
So when you say standard order, I was correlating that with the protocol and what was ordered. And so the protocol and the orders that had my name on it that go to the pharmacy are for those said IV fluids. They are then delivered to the clinic to have on hand for when patients come in to get their IV vitamins. And at that point, if a patient is deemed safe by the nurse practitioner to get them, they will receive them.
Are you sure the nurse practitioners don't make a notation along the lines of the patient is cleared to be for an IV in accordance with the medical director's protocol?
I don't recall seeing that.
Okay, well, we'll dive into the documents here in just a minute. Okay, so at this clinic, you've got a nurse who is an RN.
Correct.
She's the only person, the only medical personnel on the spot, correct?
I believe so.
Well, let me be more specific. There aren't any nurse practitioners there. There aren't any other physicians there, correct?
That is correct.
The RN is the one who administers the IVs or IM injections, correct?
Correct. That is what RNs do.
Okay. And the patients are given, again, prescription drugs, that is liquid IVs and supplements that were ordered in your name.
As you said, since it's compounded and they contain more than two, they would, and these are vitamins and they fall under that category, yes.
Okay. And this is at the RN's clinic that she owns and that she operates.
That is correct.
Okay. And as I understand your testimony, it's authorized by an APRN that you do not collaborate with.
That is correct. I've made it clear that I'm not a collaborating physician.
Who do these APRNs collaborate with?
It would be a collaborating physician.
As medical director, do you not know who the collaborating physicians are for the nurse practitioners who are on staff the same facility for which you are medical director?
No, I do not.
Have you ever asked?
No, that wasn't in my scope.
That was not within the scope of what, your contract?
Contract and as a medical director. In Mississippi, you cannot practice as a nurse legally unless you have a collaborating physician. And as I stated earlier, my job is not to get them or verify they have one. That was WeTreat's job. They have an admin staff that does that.
WeTreat has a medical license in Mississippi, is that right?
WeTreat does not have, I don't think a business can have a medical license.
Right. So someone has oversight responsibility for the medical activities that are carried out at Moore Health and Wellness.
I'll object to that. That's overbroad.
I'll restate. You have a role as medical director. There are APRNs who do some type of telemedicine interaction with the customers, right? And you have an RN who administers the IVs, right?
That's right.
So no one has overall authority for the care that's being provided at that clinic. No healthcare provider has overall authority. Is that your testimony?
Not at all. If you are a provider in this state or any state that sees a patient via telemedicine or any other capacity, and you do your HPI, your SOAP note, and your diagnosis and treatment protocol, you are held responsible for that patient.
Who did that here?
The nurse practitioner.
Okay, I didn't see any SOAP notes in the records. Did you?
I saw many SOAP notes in the record.
Okay, well, we'll get into that. Maybe we just have a difference of opinion about what a SOAP note looks like. Okay, now when we met with you, you made an interesting comment. We met with you before. You said we have layers of responsibilities. You're talking about we treat and the way this is done. So again, you got the RN, you got the these are nurse practitioners, and then you've got you as the medical director. And again, you as the medical director, it is your assertion you had no responsibility for the care, the IV that was ultimately administered to the customer.
Yes, if a physician or mid-level has not seen a patient and done a proper history and physical, how could they be responsible for that patient? And part of that, the multiple layers were also the use of telemedicine, the kiosks, the app, the internet website, and patients filling out their medical histories.
In Maryland, that's where you're from, correct?
That's right.
In Maryland, does the law permit you to use standing orders like for an EMS outside of the emergency context?
Absolutely.
Do you recall telling us during the meeting, absolutely not?
No, I do not. Because what you just said about the EMS standing orders is what I was talking about. And you just mentioned outside of emergency medical standing orders.
Okay. I don't want to bandy semantics with you. I will agree with you that in the EMS context, a medical director can issue standing orders. They can be used in that context, relied on by the emergency personnel. Okay, we're in agreement there?
In that context, yes.
Okay. My question is it legal in Maryland in any context outside of that EMS context?
Yeah, he's asking for a legal conclusion that would have to come from a lawyer or somebody familiar with the law. He's a physician. He can ask him to his knowledge, but he shouldn't be asking him definitively like that.
He did not have a problem answering the question during his interview. I would answer the question, say the question is appropriate. This is a physician who is an EMS director in his home state and who is required then to know the legal obligations he has.
I'm going to allow him to answer that question to the extent that he has that knowledge.
Yeah, thank you. So you mentioned this is not about semantics, and it's not, it's about specifics. And that's what we're trying to do here, get into the fine specifics of this case. Now, we're not in Maryland, we are in Mississippi, and we are going by Maryland board laws. I've already answered the question that in Maryland, you can do standing orders. Everyone here has gone through residency, and we've all done standing orders before. That's
If you'll answer the question he asked you. Mr. Barnes, if you'll
outside of the EMS context, can you use standing orders the way you have done here? Can you use standing orders outside of that EMS context?
Yes.
Okay. What other contexts are they appropriate in?
Let's just say IV fluids.
Okay, how about this? How about we say a hospital emergency room? Hospitals, physicians use standing orders there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. A doctor's office, an ambulatory surgical facility. I mean, physicians use standing orders there, right?
That's correct.
Okay. EMS services. In Mississippi, I'm not asking you to take my word for it, but in Mississippi, there's a law that provides that medical director can issue standing orders for emergency personnel. Okay, that's permissible. This is not an EMS context. An IV hydration, let me strike that. Is it your opinion that an IV hydration practice is equivalent to an EMS service?
Definitely not. But I think we're talking about context here. And remember, after these IV fluids are ordered, and they have to be pre-ordered, they're prescribed by the nurse practitioner, not by me, after they've evaluated the patient.
So do you believe that your standing orders, which are contained in the protocol signed by you, are lawful and have legal effect in the state of Mississippi?
I'm going to object. Similarly, he is not an attorney. He's asking for a legal conclusion. If this is an insurance matter, you'd have to have a coverage opinion rendered for something like that by an attorney.
Are they permissible? I'll rephrase. Are those standing orders for an infusion clinic, are they a permissible way for a physician to conduct his practice of medicine involving an IV hydration clinic?
I'd like to say and make sure everyone remembers that we're talking about protocol and standing orders. These are reviewed protocols, and these medications are ordered before any patient is seen to have on hand to be given to a patient who has first been evaluated by a mid-level.
So I'm not sure I've understood all of your testimony, but so please explain to me what oversight you provide to the clinic here in Mississippi that's administering these prescriptive drugs through IV.
Yeah, I was very clear on that answer the first time I was asked it. And if you'd like me to repeat it, I'd be happy to, but it's mostly an administrative oversight and building a safe protocol that the nurse has to sign off on and follow. And that protocol and IV fluid prescription is then given to a patient who is first seen by a nurse practitioner and deemed healthy enough to receive the said IV vitamin fluids.
I want to ask you about something you said during the interview. When we were discussing this, when I asked you whether or not these standing orders would be permissible in Maryland outside the EMS context, and you answered no, there absolutely not was your answer. And we can play the video. We have the video. And then I said, it sounds like you understand they wouldn't have any legal effect in Maryland. Do you recall answering, but they're within the confines of the practice standards that we are determining for this business, just like they are with an EMS and they are with plasma donations, and they don't go outside of that. Do you remember giving that answer?
I do not. That sounds a little contradictory to me.
Now, you are a board certified internist. You've been practicing for 25 plus years. Is that right?
Nearly 25. And yes, I'm board certified.
Okay, nearly 25. I apologize.
It's okay.
I see almost 25 years experience. I see that now. Dr. Cleveland asked you about the potential dangers if IV fluids were given too fast. Do you recall that?
No, but
well, we can start from scratch. If you don't recall it, tell me what dangers there are in infusing a bag of IV fluids too quickly.
the main thing you're worried about is allergic reactions, and if anyone has any kidney, lung, or heart issues for fluid overload. And that's why the protocols that you see merely give 250 to 500 cc's of fluid at one time or visit. And of course, the nurse practitioners will know if they have something like congestive heart failure or end-stage renal disease before the patient gets that, because they won't be deemed via the protocol a patient that can get IV fluids, or at least at that clinic.
Okay. And when you were asked the question, who is ultimately responsible for the safety of the patient that is receiving IV fluids, is it the nurse that is on site, the APRN that you do not collaborate with, or is it you? Your answer was, I think it's all of us, anyone. Do you recall that?
I don't, but as I said, a very minute part is clinical. And I told you that I told the nurse if she has any issues, that she can call me anytime. But as I've also stated today, that the person who evaluates the patient is responsible for the patient.
And do you recall telling us, we all have licenses and we're all responsible for the safety of our patient, and we take that very seriously, which is why, I don't do anything else besides the IV vitamins. Do you recall that part of the discussion?
I don't, but I agree with that. And I think I mentioned in that paragraph that I stated that we had multiple layers of safety.
How many patients at the clinic in the state of Mississippi have you personally examined, either in person or by telemedicine, and given the okay to the RN to give IV fluids?
As a medical director, none. That wasn't my duty or responsibility.
Well, that's close. The answer you gave before was 0. That's not my role. Do you accept that that was your answer?
That sounds similar.
Okay. You're asked again, how many patients have you collaborated with the APRN that gave the RN permission to give the IV fluids in Mississippi? And your answer was 0. I'm not their collaborating physician. Would that be your same answer today?
Yes, and that's consistent with the answers I've given all day.
Okay. So they can use your prescriptive authority to buy the IV fluids, buy the additives, and then is it your testimony you then have no responsibility for the IV fluid that is actually going into the patient that is sitting right there at the clinic in Mississippi?
If I haven't examined the patient, no.
Why aren't the IV fluids and supplies ordered by the nurse practitioners?
I would say again, it's because you cannot order a prescription like that at the point of care.
But I mean, an APRN has prescriptive authority. They can order medications for the clinic.
This is one of the innovative ways We Treat works. Again, you don't order IV fluids at the point of care because they would not get there in time.
Now, you mentioned innovative, I believe, just then. Is that right? Or was I? Okay. Do you recall saying that just because and I understand it to mean the the More in Fitness, the We Treat model, just because it doesn't fit inside the traditional role, it's an innovative process, and it basically just makes sure that the medications are on premises, just like we make sure the EMS personnel have their medications when they need them. And when you do IV fluids, they have to be prepared and pre-made at the compounding pharmacy, and that has to be done prior to a visit. So that is consistent with your testimony here today, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall being asked who authorized, empower, permission to use your name, license, etc., that information to order supplies and send them to More Health and Wellness, and answering, just like any prescription, it would be the prescriber, which would be me in this situation? Do you recall that?
Yes, that's consistent with what we've said today.
All right. Did you ever confer with an attorney? I'm not asking about what the attorney may have told you, but did you ever confer with an attorney about whether or not this business model of We Treat complied with Mississippi law?
No, I did not, but I can tell you that the rules that are set forth that you all state when you sent me the letter are very clear, were very clear. And everything that we looked up and I looked up was within the realms of Mississippi rules and laws, including when I said the word innovative, the telemedicine health laws discuss that. They talk about new and innovative ways in order to do telehealth.
Did any non-lawyer ever tell you or confirm or represent to you that this business model comply with Mississippi law for the practice of medicine?
No, it was not brought up.
Okay. Do you recall discussing with us where you got information that you relied on to determine whether you were performing in accordance with Mississippi law about relying on the We Treat website and this board's website?
I don't understand the question.
Where did you get the information that made you believe that you were practicing medicine appropriately in the state of Mississippi?
Well, I was not practicing medicine. I was a medical director, and Mississippi has clear definitions of what that role could be.
Sorry, what definition are you relying on?
I have it right here. Via the board, Mississippi Medical Director has many meanings and many roles defined by the Mississippi Board as, quote, number one shall be periodic review of services to assure acceptable levels of quality. Number two, maintenance of a liaison role in the medical community. Number three, advisement of the development of new programs and modifications of existing programs. Four, assurance that medical consultation will be available in the medical director's absence. Five, serving on committees as defined and required by the rules and by the center's policies. There are 8, I could go on, but they do not.
Hang on, what are you reading?
The notes that I took from the Mississippi Board. And you all provided me with that information as well.
Point me to a specific rule that you're reading from?
They're at the bottom. 1 through 8, and there might be another one after that. So
I don't see any sites there.
what do you mean sites? APIs?
Sites,
APAs?
rule numbers.
Well, I could get those, but those coming from the Mississippi Board. And you also have collaborating physician rules, which are clearly defined also.
I'm going to ask you during the next break to give us some sites to specific rules that you're quoting from. Okay. So you did go to this board's website and looked and tried to find information about IV hydration, correct?
Absolutely. I was very diligent in doing that,
And
which
so
is why I knew it was safe.
And so you found the guidance that this board issued on IV hydration.
I did.
Okay. In your opinion, based on what you've just described to us about the way We Treat and More Health and Wellness operates, that's consistent with the guidance that this board issued?
Without a shadow of a doubt. Why? Because we're also using Mississippi telehealth rules, which is, I think, what the board kind of misses when they're dealing with this case. They clearly state what you can do in the confines of telehealth, online patient questionnaires as treatment. And I have those citations here also.
Tell me what it says about asynchronous communication can supplement but never replace real-time physician-patient interaction. Did you read that part of the telemedicine rules?
Yeah, but that doesn't apply to this. Otherwise, if I think I know what you're saying, you would never be able to do telehealth.
Not asynchronous.
Oh, no, asynchronous.
Correct.
I got it right here.
Go ahead.
Telehealth can be, this comes from the Mississippi Board as well. Telehealth can be delivered in Mississippi in a manner as simple as a landline or cell phone connection without video capacity, unquote. Quote, a nurse or physician will be on staff to assist with on-site diagnosis, triage, and acute care needs, and telehealth will be provided, will be used to provide additional levels of care, unquote. 2, kiosk, quote, telehealth delivered in retail establishments, public areas, businesses, and healthcare are often performed using kiosks/apps, unquote. Medical kiosk apps are electronic devices that can be staffed by individuals or unmanned. They serve as patient check-ins, perform basic diagnostics, take health histories, provide telemedicine consultations, health monitoring, health assessments, and for delivering primary and preventative health care by allowing users to conduct health checkups without the need to have staff on
Interrupt
site.
you there for just a moment, Doctor. Are you under the impression that you are reading from this board's regulations governing the practice of medicine?
This is the Mississippi Telehealth Manual.
Issued by who?
That's from the Board of Medicine rules and laws.
Mississippi Rural Health Association, Mississippi Telehealth Association. Would you read this disclaimer right here to the board?
And before I do that, they do have citations.
Excuse me, would you please read that disclaimer to the board?
Absolutely. Disclaimer, this manual is intended to provide consultation and guidance for healthcare professional and business professionals in Mississippi for telehealth implementation. It is not designed to provide legal or professional advice. Please consult with your professional advisor to ensure accuracy and availability of this information for application and implementation at your facility.
Okay, let me read to you from Part 2635, Chapter 5, Practice of Telemedicine from this board's administrative code. I'm reading subparagraph B. Telemedicine is the practice of medicine by a licensed healthcare provider using HIPAA-compliant telecommunication systems, including information, electronic, and communication technologies, remote monitoring technologies, and store and forward transfer technology. These technologies may be used to facilitate, but are not limited to provider to patient or provider to provider interactions. The technology must be capable of replicating the interaction of a traditional in-person encounter between a provider and a patient. This definition does not include the practice of medicine through poster or courier services. Have you read that part of the rules?
Yes, and I did mention that.
Okay. The definition of real-time communication, Rule 5.1F, is defined as real-time communication using interactive video and audio and visual equipment such as a video conference with a specialist, also known as synchronous communication. Did you read that definition?
Yes, I mentioned that.
Okay. Sub H, store and forward transfer technology is defined as technology which facilitates the gathering of information from the patient via secure email or messaging service, which is then used for the formulation of a diagnosis and treatment plan, also known as asynchronous communication. So you're familiar with that part of the rule, correct?
I am.
Rule 5.5 of the same part of the code, examination. Providers using telemedicine technologies to provide medical care to patients located in Mississippi must provide an appropriate examination prior to diagnosis and treatment of the patient. However, this exam need not be in person if the technology is sufficient to provide the same information to the physician as if the exam had been performed face-to-face. Store and forward transfer technology may be used to enhance but never replace real-time provider-patient interaction. Provider-patient interaction may be audio-visual or audio only where medically appropriate. Are you familiar with that that part of the rule?
Yes, that was mentioned already.
Okay. So you understand that says that store and forward technology, which is defined as asynchronous communication, can be used to enhance but never replace real-time physician-patient interaction.
Yeah, I think what you're saying there, if I get what you're saying, we wouldn't have telemedicine. But what they're saying is that it is probably preferable to do a face-to-face. But telemedicine is still very legal via the board laws and regulations.
Do you think the rules about telemedicine, the legality of telemedicine is the same in every state in this country?
Every state is different.
Yes, every state is different. I agree. Okay. How many facilities other than more health and wellness do you serve as medical director for?
None in the state of Mississippi, probably about a dozen nationally.
And how much do you get paid for acting as medical director for one of these facilities?
It all depends. More health and wellness was $300 per month.
What about the other facilities, like the one in Kansas? How much do you get for that one?
I'm not with We Treat anymore, and that place was with in Kansas. So I have no idea what I got from that, but I canceled all my We Treat clients, as we stated before, once this came about, and they were using my credentials without my knowledge.
All right, doctor, if you would, please turn to base numbers and go on. Excuse me, I'll talk louder. I'm referring right to these identification numbers. Would you turn to the very back and find page 630?
I got it.
Okay, now you have reviewed this guidance the document is entitled Guidance Regarding IV Hydration Therapy from the Mississippi State Board of Medical Licensure. Now, I believe you testified that you have reviewed this document.
Yes, I have reviewed it.
And I believe you also testified that the procedures that you have described are consistent with this guidance. Is that right?
And the Mississippi telemedicine guidance, which I think this misses.
So you're talking about the document that had the disclaimer that said this is not for legal or professional advice, that document you were reading from earlier?
The one that you repeated when you read from the board website, when you read from the board rules that was in conjunction with, you said yes.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Look, you're looking at page 630?
I am.
You don't have 620. Please give Doug a copy of another copy of this the guidance. A little technical difficulty.
So you can have mine.
Go ahead, Paul. Okay. Second paragraph on page 630. I'm going to read this and ask you if I misstate anything. To be clear and avoid any possible basis for misunderstandings. 1, IV hydration therapy constitutes the practice of medicine. 2, IV fluids are legend drugs that must be purchased using a practitioner's DEA number. 3, just as with any other medication, to satisfy legal and regulatory requirements, a practitioner with prescriptive authority must establish a valid practitioner-patient relationship, take an appropriate history, make a diagnosis necessitating IV therapy, develop a plan, and prescribe IV fluids for a specific patient. After such a lawful prescription has been issued, qualified personnel, such as registered nurses, may administer IV fluids and monitor a patient for potential side effects. Any IV hydration therapy practice or business model that does not satisfy these requirements is unlawful. Licensees of this board must at all times remain mindful that neither a business nor business owner can lawfully exercise control over the manner in which a physician provides medical services, nor interfere with the independent exercise of a physician's medical judgment. Did I read that correctly?
You sure did, and I agree with every word you said.
And so it's your testimony that the procedure that we treat and you used as medical director for more health and wellness complies with that.
With the definitions stated in the Mississippi Board of Laws and Rules, absolutely. The only exception is needing a practitioner's DEA number, which you don't need for vitamins.
You're going to have to be more specific when you are talking about rules, because you were quoting something earlier that is not a rule. It's not one of this board's rules. Is that what you're referring to again? I need you to point it out to me. Show me the document again.
Could you be more clear on what you're talking about?
You said with the other definitions and rules, and earlier you said that, and you were referring to a document that was not published by this board. You were referring to this telehealth manual. You talking about that now? Or if there's a specific definition that this board has in its rules, please direct me to that.
We were talking about page 630, and you asked me about page 630. I agreed with page 630, with the exception of the DEA license needing for multivitamins.
Okay, next paragraph. Knowingly performing any act which in any way assists an unlicensed person to practice medicine is unprofessional conduct and grounds for discipline. Mississippi Code annotated section 732529. Such unprofessional conduct includes apparently common practices such as participating in an IV hydration therapy spa or clinic in a position such as medical director without ensuring qualified personnel are performing each required task and attempting to circumvent professional standards or regulatory requirements through the use of so-called standing orders that purport to permit registered nurses or other unqualified personnel to make diagnoses and prescribe IV medications. Delegation through such orders is insufficient to establish a valid licensee-patient relationship, constitutes unprofessional conduct, and is unlawful. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, and I think I answered all of these questions specifically with the algorithm that was done with retreat nurse practitioners, a medical director, and a registered nurse to give these IV fluids. We did not bypass any of these.
All right, if you would, doctor, please turn to page MSBML 50.
Got it.
Okay, infusion standing order set. These were drafted by you?
I approved them.
Okay. IV infusion mixture, beauty drip. What is beauty drip?
As it states, it has biotin in it for hair and nails, vitamin C for collagen, B complex for connective tissue,
And add or substitute with?
glutathione, and a potent antioxidant.
What medical condition calls for the use of a beauty drip as a treatment?
As I mentioned earlier, these are preventative treatments, and I gave all the ICD-10 codes for them. So overall preventative health.
Okay, on page 51, that's your signature, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And I'm reading the date correctly, 1/14/24?
I think that's 6/14/24.
Okay, 6/14/24,
I
so
think.
June of last year. All right, turn to page 52. Another document that's headed infusion standing order set, and you recognize this document, don't you?
Yes, it looks like the same one we just went over.
Well, if you scroll down there to the middle of the page, it says energy instead of beauty drip.
That's right.
Okay, so is this drip called energy?
Yes, it is called energy.
Okay, and there are the ingredients. Let's see, you got to have a bag of IV fluids, right? To put these additives in, correct?
That's right.
And then you add 1, 2, 3, 4 additional substances. Is that right?
That's right. You can add a fourth.
Okay, on 53, the next page, is that your signature and is that 6/14/24? I do apologize for interpreting that earlier.
Doctor's handwriting.
Right. But it is June
That's right.
14th, 24, correct?
That's right.
All right, turn to the next page, page 54.
Okay.
In the middle of the page, this IV drip appears to be called cold and flu / immunity. Do you agree with that?
That's right.
And then there are the ingredients for that drip on page 55. Again, that's your signature and the date, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, if you turn to page 56, in the middle of the page, this IV infusion mixture appears to be called enhancement drip / Myers cocktail. Then the ingredients are listed, correct?
That is correct.
Next page, page 57, that is your signature and the date, correct?
That is correct.
Page 58, middle of the page, IV drip : muscle repair. And then there's a list of ingredients, correct?
That is correct.
And then on the next page, there's the date and your signature, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, these standing orders are what the nurse relied on, the RN relied on to actually give the IV fluids, are they not?
These are actually signed protocols. I know it says standing order, and we've been kind of calling standing order and protocol the same thing. But this is more so in order set. This is what the patient has picked and what the nurse will be giving them. As I said, the fluids are already there.
Right, that the patient picked. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with a lot of practices of medicine where you just let the patient come in and pick a treatment or pick a medication and you give it to them.
We've stated earlier in this hearing that patients go to the website, they do pick and choose what they might want to have, but are deemed appropriate to get that by a nurse practitioner once they are evaluated. So this is after that evaluation has occurred, but this is not an order going to the pharmacy.
No, I'm not asking about an order to the pharmacy. I'm asking about a standing order to medical personnel to administer a medication.
These aren't standing orders.
So it's your testimony that they're mislabeled?
It says order set. I'm sorry, it says infusing standard order set. This is when so that's why it's dated 6/14.
Well, in an EMS context, standing order set like this, wouldn't that be what the emergency personnel relied on as their authority to give medications?
The protocol has been set that they have to stay within that protocol. This is an order set for a specific patient getting a specific order set. It's a standing order because they can order it over again and it's on hand when they want to use it. But this is not going to a pharmacist.
Okay.
This is a patient record.
Right. That's in the possession of the RN, part of the protocol that you approved and gave to this business, right?
That is correct.
Now, I'm just going through the documents. I want to hit a few. I have no, I didn't count your hours, but I have no reason to doubt your CMEs. Thank you for providing that for us. And just in fairness, when you found out that I believe Denise Vanacore Chase, who I think is maybe one of the NPs who was involved with More Health and Wellness, I keep stumbling over that. You immediately contacted the Mississippi Board of Nursing and said, I am not her collaborating physician, correct?
Correct. And you have that email.
Right. You filed a complaint.
Right.
Yeah. Did you ever find out who whether she'd ever had a collaborating physician.
I did not,
before?
but when we treat, when I think what happened is I told We Treat about it, or they contacted me about it, and We Treat's answer was, Dr. Cook, why didn't you ask us first? And I told them that was the dumbest question I've ever heard, and that's when we ended our relationship.
Right. If you would flip to page 223.
Mr. Barnes?
Yes.
Just a second.
Need a break?
About how much longer are you going to this line? I think the board's might be getting a little antsy for a break.
I could use a break too. I've got 15, 20 minutes, and then I believe I'll be through.
Would it disrupt you now?
No,
Now for us to take about a 5-minute.
no, ma'am, it would not. No, thank you.
Okay, we'll take a quick break. You're still under oath. We'll just take a 5-minute comfort break and then we'll resume.
All right.
And I will,
So,
instruct
remember we
the
got
board that they
multiple
will not talk
bathrooms, so
about
we
this
don't have
case
to all
while
be in the
we're-
same line.
while we're out of the session, okay?
Doctor, if you need to use the restroom, there's a restroom right out.
Thank you.
Have you got enough water?
Yeah.
says, and we can go ahead and turn it over to our hearing officer.
Just to remind Dr. Cook, you're still under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Barnes, you can proceed.
Okay, Dr. Cook, page 223, please, sir.
Got it?
Okay, and this appears, I believe you'll agree, this is an email that that you sent to James Payne, who is our investigator, correct?
That is right.
Okay, second paragraph, last sentence. I do not have any responsibilities related to the evaluation or treatment of patients, as this is managed independently by the nurse practitioners employed by More Health and Wellness. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And that is still your belief that you have no responsibilities for any of the other care that was given, correct?
That is consistent with what I've been saying today, that I did not evaluate and treat these patients, and my role was 90+% non-clinical.
But
So I do, so yes.
excuse me, I'm sorry, Doctor, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean not to answer your question initially.
But the IV fluids and the additives that were given to these customers were ordered in your name from pharmacies like Empower, correct?
That is correct.
And they were administered based on standing orders and like a recipe from your protocol that says standing order set.
After the patient was evaluated by a professional provider, yes.
Okay. And so it's your testimony that you had no responsibility after that, after the fluids and set were ordered, and you had nothing further to do with it.
Objection. This question asked and answered at least a half a dozen times. Each time he says he said no responsibility. He's going to give the same answer.
Okay, I'll withdraw the question. Would you turn to page 228, please, Doctor? Can you identify that page for me?
Yes, it looks like a scanned picture of me being the medical director of More Health and Wellness.
Does that look like I mean, is that like a screenshot or something of that nature, do you think?
Something like that.
Okay. It says, I, Richard Cook, MD, am the medical director for More Health and Wellness. More Health and Wellness has moved from Suite B, 2501 4th Street, Meridian, Mississippi. I'm skipping the zip, to 15007 Creosote Road, Gulfport, Mississippi, 39503. I treat patients here, signed by medical director. And is that your signature?
Yes, it is.
And the date 5/31/24. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
Do you know if that was published on the internet?
No, I do not.
Okay. But that is your signature.
It is.
Okay, the next page, page 229, an invoice from Empower Pharmacy. In the top left corner, not the very top, but where you see where it says bill to and ship to?
Yes, I do.
It says bill to More Health and Wellness and gives an address, ship to Richard Eugene Cook Jr., your name, same with the address on Creosote Road, correct?
That is right.
Okay. And is it your understanding that these are some of the additives or injection materials that were ordered in your name and with your credentials?
That is correct.
Okay. Number 3, what is Lipo B used for?
Lipo B would be under the fat protocol. It can help with metabolism.
Are you familiar with the Mississippi rules concerning weight loss clinics?
Yeah, and there's no prescription weight loss here. This is just B vitamins and amino acid.
All right, and so these pages are very similar. These invoices, there are different supplies obviously being ordered on them. Let me ask you this: was your authority used to order the supplies from McGuff also? Were you aware they were using McGuff?
I'm not 100% sure, but if that was where they ordered supplies from and my name's on there. I guess that's true.
Well, that's why I'm asking is because, I mean, if you start on page 240, they're McGuff, and most of these appear to be like slides, catheters, tubing, et cetera. For McGuff Medical Products, I do not see your name on those particular invoices. But are you aware that More Health and Wellness ordered supplies from McGuff?
I don't recall, but I guess it wouldn't surprise me, but if my name's not on there, I'm sure that means that they're not going through me. And if you look at what's being ordered, you don't have to be a physician to order these supplies. These aren't medications. These are butterfly catheters and vials and needles, no medication whatsoever, syringes, bore needles.
What about vitamin B complex injection, 30 mils? That's on page 253. That's a medication, isn't it? A vitamin.
I think that's probably debatable if it's something that you need a medical license for.
If you look at page 257, this appears to be similar to the Empower invoices. What is hydrox? Can you say the first one for me?
Hydroxycobalamin, that's a improved version of B12.
Thank you. And the second item?
Glutathione, we mentioned that earlier.
And the third is Vial Lipo B.
That's the one we mentioned earlier that could be for weight loss. It's basically B vitamins and amino acid.
Okay, so those are those all additives for IV infusion?
That is correct, and my name is on this one.
Okay, turn to page 259, please. And I do want to caution you, I don't have a lot of questions about the medical records, but it is important for patient privacy that we are very careful not to say any names, et cetera. So are we on the same page?
Absolutely.
What page is that?
259. And on 259 starts this patient's records, and I will represent to you that if you leaf through these in order, that this patient's records continue through 276. Because then you can see on the next page on 277, it's a different patient name. Can we agree on that?
Agree that the patient's information ends at 276? Yes.
Okay, so back on 259. Patient name, date of birth, again, IV drip energy, IV fusion mixture, infusion standing order set is the heading at the top of the page. Now, it appears to me that that is what is being used as the order to give that medication. Do you disagree?
Yes, I do. This is a nursing note. This is what happens when the nurse sees the patient, talks to them about their allergies, does redundant questioning of the patient, takes their vitals, and delineates what infusion mixture they're going to get. So I think that the confusing part is what she called it, not what it is.
Well, excuse me, infusion standing order set. She didn't name that. You did, didn't you?
As I said, I approved protocols.
So you approved this protocol?
Well, this is within my protocol.
Okay.
This sheet was done at the point of care when she saw the patient.
right before she administered the IV.
That is correct.
Okay, turn to page 264, please. And this is still the same patient's records. And I would ask that you look down toward the bottom of the page where it says consultation. It's misspelled, I think, but it's supposed to say consultation. It says other goal.
Mm-hmm.
What medical diagnosis is other goal?
It isn't a medical diagnosis.
Is it a medical indication?
No, I think that's not part of a SOAP note when it just says consultation.
Okay.
So that, I don't think that has any medical bearing to it. And maybe it is an insert that's just given from one patient to another. But I think with the sets that you see here, the order sets that are done, the telemedicine intake that's done online, this HPI or H&P or good faith exam that's done by them. And of course, as you mentioned, all the pages in between, they show what the patient is getting, what they want, and for what.
Okay. Under services, right underneath that, says injectable nutrients indicated, patient sync visit completed, intake reviewed, no contraindications noted on can intake. I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean. I believe it's a typo. And history review with the patient. Patient appears alert and oriented, appropriate affect, no open wounds with limited exam and in no acute distress. Patient is clear to proceed with requested services per medical director protocols. Is that an order from the nurse practitioner to give this IV?
Yeah.
So you interpret clear to proceed per medical director protocols is that nurse practitioner ordering the IV. Is that your belief?
No, that's not my belief from reading that last sentence. That sentence just states that the nurse should follow the protocols that were set up by me, the medical director, and her, and that this patient is safe to move forward with those protocols or protocol.
I just want to find one note that specifies an async visit. Page 468.
468.
Yeah, 468. Are you there, doctor?
I am, thank you.
Okay, down toward the bottom of the page, consultation, increase my energy level. Is that a diagnosis?
I'm sorry, you said 468.
Yes, sir. I'm
sorry.
sorry. 468. I apologize. Yeah,
No,
that's right. If I misstated it.
No, you were right.
Okay.
468.
Got it now,
Yep,
sir?
increase my energy level.
Right. Increase my energy level. Is that a medical diagnosis?
No, but we've established that under consultation, that's not where you would likely put that.
Okay. Well, where would you put a diagnosis in these forms?
In these forms,
Yes, sir.
it doesn't matter where you put the form, it just wouldn't be under consultation likely.
I know, but can you point to me anywhere else on these forms where there is a diagnosis for this patient? Again, let's not say the name. You can see the patient name at the top of the page. Can you point to me where there is a diagnosis that was made by this nurse practitioner?
No, but as I've mentioned earlier, the ICD-10 code diagnoses could be easily used, just like they are for multivitamins.
Isn't the purpose of medical records both to record what a practitioner or practitioners did to help them remember their own treatment of the patient, but to be available for subsequent providers to know and understand the thought process and what the physician was doing and why?
Yeah, and the NP didn't do as good a job as she probably should have. And that's out of the scope of me as a medical director.
Okay, under services and indicated, the patient async visit has been completed and the intake has been reviewed. So async visit, that sounds to me like it was done as store and forward, that there was no real-time interaction.
Yeah, and as we've mentioned, and as you've clearly mentioned, the board telemedicine, telehealth rules allow for that.
We'll just have to disagree, sir. Based on the patient's responses to questions, the patient is approved to proceed with the requested services per the studio and medical director's protocol. So again, on that page, can you, or anywhere in that patient's records, can you show me where a diagnosis was made, where a plan was made beyond the patient's going to get the services they requested, and an order?
Question's been asked and answered. A lot of repetitive questions. He's asked a lot of questions about what a nurse did or didn't do, which are not records that he authored and do not pertain to services that he performed. This is irrelevant and it's repetitive.
Would you like to address that?
I'm finishing up. I've just wanted to make sure we got one of these notes in with an async reference on it.
Okay, and your question was when you were asking about diagnosis, was that regard to this visit office note?
Well, actually, if the doctor wanted to take the time to do it, I would challenge him to find a diagnosis and plan in any of these medical records. I think this is a good example. They're very similar.
These are not records that Dr. Cook authored. These are records authored by nurse practitioners. If he wants to impugn the nurse practitioners for nursing board purposes because their investigator is here, that's one thing. But this has nothing to do with what Dr. Cook did or didn't do in violation of the rules, because this is not his document.
If I could, I can clear this up, I believe. If you'd look at page 506, Doctor. And again, let's be careful about the patient identity. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Certificate of authenticity of medical records. And that document is signed by who?
Myself.
Declaration of maintenance of medical records. Records utilized in my care for the patient name are maintained by the following facility, More Health and Wellness, and then there's your signature, correct?
That's right.
So these are the medical records that you produced when our investigator asked you to produce medical charts for patients, correct?
That is right.
There are no other patient records for the patients of More Health and Wellness that you're aware of.
Could you repeat that question?
Are you aware of any other medical records for these patients other than those that you produced to us and that are in the book?
No, I'm not.
Nothing further.
Ms. Martin.
Sorry about that. May I proceed?
You may.
Dr. Cook, we've heard a little bit about you and a lot about what other people with more health and wellness and we treat has done. Would you share with the board your medical background, essentially your CV and your accomplishments and what you do?
An overview, as mentioned earlier, almost 25 years as a board certified internist, still certified. Certified EMS medical director, certified LEA, laboratory medical director, national medical director, Charles County president of the Medical Society, MedChi, which is the Maryland State Medical Society member for a couple of decades, where we make lots of legislation or help make legislation. I have amazingly, after almost 25 years, had no marks against me. I have my current practitioner data bank here with 0 infractions on it. I'm the physician for our professional baseball team in the area. I'm in private practice. If you Google my reviews, you'll see that I have mostly 5, if not near 5 stars. And as you hopefully can see by today's testimony, I'm very refined and specific with my research and information. And one of the last things that I think pertains to this even more is that I served as a peer review board member with the state of Maryland Board of Physicians for a decade as well. So I know how to maneuver, as most doctors should, legislation rules from medical boards.
Just to clarify, you mentioned you have your NPDB report there and it's clean, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you've never had a board complaint against you before?
This is the first of anything and everything.
In any state whatsoever?
Any state whatsoever. He wants to see this right here.
Have you ever had any sort of restrictions or denial of privileges in any hospital?
0.
In all of the questions that Mr. Barnes asked you about the different patients, did he mention anything about any patient harm having occurred?
I don't believe so.
Are you aware of any patient harm that occurred?
None.
Now, you mentioned before some information about telemedicine and telehealth. So before doing what you did with more health and wellness and we treat, it's my understanding then that you must have done your own research.
A lot of it.
So you didn't go into this thing lighthearted and say, okay, I'm just going to do this for $300 a month. It's extra $300.
No, I went into this like I practice medicine. I want to stay out of lawyers' offices and out of board offices.
There were a lot of questions about the nurse practitioners, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but in some, under your contract, you didn't have any responsibility to supervise the nurse practitioners.
Yes, the same contract I shared with the board.
And in your research, did you find anything that indicated that in a basically administrative role as medical director in a contract, you had a duty to supervise other medical professionals?
Neither in my contract, neither in the Board of Mississippi regulations.
You were asked questions about the vitamins and other things that were ordered under your name. And I may have missed it, but did Mr. Barnes bring up or point out any scheduled medications that were ordered under your name?
No, because there were none. Not part of the protocol.
Did Mr. Barnes bring up or discuss anything that was ordered other than vitamins or supplements under your name, your number?
No, we didn't. Not part of the protocol.
You appeared by Zoom for the conference with Dr. Cleveland and Mr. Barnes and others previously. That was back in October, Mr. Barnes mentioned. And tell the board why you did that by Zoom and why you were here in person today and how you got here.
Well, kind of embarrassing to say, but I hate flying. So I took a train here today because I want to prove my innocence. 19-hour train ride.
No more questions.
Any redirect?
Dr. Cook, when did you first read this board's guidance regarding IV hydration therapy?
Mississippi's guidance for IV hydration?
Yes, sir.
Months ago. I don't know exactly when, but
Was it before or after your relationship with More Health and Wellness began?
it was probably when I was hired to do so, around that time.
So you reviewed this document and then agreed to participate in this business as you have described to the board.
Yes, because I thought it was probably the safest thing that there is in medicine to do as a medical director.
Okay. There are footnotes on page 630 for the record. I'm not going to go into any specifics, but there are states such as Alabama and South Carolina are mentioned as having published helpful documents regarding IV hydration therapy. Did you review any of those documents referenced in this board's guidance?
I did. The exception is they don't have your same telemedicine guidelines, which changes the whole concept.
And so it's your belief that how you operated, how in this relationship with a company within the bounds of your contract, as opposed to professional responsibilities, is consistent with what this board states is required in this document.
Absolutely.
And it's consistent with what the state of South Carolina requires in its policy.
Absolutely not.
That's not the law in Mississippi, whatever South Carolina is or says.
Doctor stated they reviewed the document earlier in direct examination by Mr. Mercier. He stated that he did a lot of research. I'm trying to see if he even followed up the two references. That's the only purpose of the question.
It's not relevant.
I'm gonna allow it.
Yes, and I told you I did. And as I said, they do not have the same telemedicine guidelines as Mississippi. So it's really, I think, not appropriate to copy their guidelines without knowing their full medical board guidelines.
Recall whether there are any references in those documents to the use of standing orders, so-called standing orders.
I do not.
So,
Do you tender the witness?
I do. I apologize.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right, I'd open it up. Does the board members have any questions at this time?
So, I do. And so, Dr. Cook, thanks so much for the time and effort to come here. The train is usually not much faster than driving, and I've driven from Maryland to Mississippi myself, so I know that's not a small feat. So thank you for being here with us. I have several questions, and I'm gonna try not to delay you. I would like to ask that, for the purposes at least of my questions, that you assume a couple of things. First, I would ask that you assume that we are familiar with our rules and regs. So we just make that assumption. And then the other would be that the purpose of our questions, or at least especially for mine, is going to be just clarification for me. And as you mentioned, it is obvious that you're a very meticulous individual. I endeavor to be, but sometimes I don't get things straight all the time. So if I do ask a question that seems redundant, I would ask that you just give me a little grace, because I want to give you the best opportunity, and I want to have clarity for the deliberations that take place. So if I ask something that sounds redundant, it's not because I'm trying to get you to answer a question a different way. It's really because there's something in the question that I would like clarification for. Okay?
Absolutely.
All right. So a couple of things. So I guess what I'd like to start with is the beginning. Sometimes when we've been involved in medicine for a very long time, we tend to, I guess we remember the things that are closest to us and don't really talk a lot about the things that are further away. And when we're first starting on those journeys, those are like the big wins. So can you tell me a little bit about like where you went to medical school and what residency you did, and if you've done any additional training in any specific focus areas or anything like that? Even though a lot of that information has been given, admittedly, we have over 700 pages of documents. And so it would be good just to be able to get that on the record and at least for people to hear what your training has been like. Because I got the fact that you've been doing it for a long time.
Yes. Thank you for that question, Dr. Owens. Howard University College of Medicine, University of Maryland, Union Memorial Hospital, needs some more water, residency in Baltimore. After that, I was in private practice in a big group for about 1 to 2 years, seeing 30 to 35 patients a day. I stopped there and opened up my own practice a year and a half later, and now I see about 6 to 10 patients a day, and I spend about 90 minutes with my patient physicals, about an hour with my patient follow-ups. My other training is EMS medical director, SCLIA, laboratory medical director, University of Maryland associate program director. I teach med students, NP students, PA students in my practice. I have one right now from GW, of which I'm an associate professor in the College of Nursing. I'm on many associations, the National Physicians and Surgeons Association, ABIM. There's a long list of that. But it was mentioned that he didn't really need to look at my CME, but I'm proud of that because I do above and beyond CMEs every year. I like doing CMEs a lot. And when you see the CMEs that I gave the board here, it's like probably in the 200s or something like that, credit-wise. So being a little hypoglycemic, that's all I can think of right now. But if anything else comes up, I'll be happy to say. And did I answer your question?
No, absolutely. It's
Okay.
nice to hear that you're from that other institution in Baltimore. That's just a friendly Baltimore medical rivalry joke there, guys. All right. So, but thank you, because that kind of helps to inform. So you've kind of been a Maryland guy for the entirety of your career, at least in
That's
the
right.
DMV. I gotcha.
And I still take Medicare and Medicaid patients, even though I have a 2-page waiting list and I'm not accepting new patients. I'm that primary care doctor. And so and I don't want to phrase it too much like this, but reimbursements aren't that good anymore. If I want to see 6 to 10 patients a day, I can't keep the lights on. So I have to do other things. And I like doing them because I'm being busy. Oh, and one other thing I forgot to mention, I have a year left of my combined MPH MBA program.
All right. So that takes care of education and training. And currently, how many active licenses do you hold?
I believe it's about 43 or 44, including the District of Columbia, all with spotless records.
So with respect to your duties, now we're going to shift a little bit and move from the education training component to your initial commitment with, and I hope I get this right. So is it We Treat is the actual entity. So as you were approached by them or became acquainted with this particular entity, were you licensed in Mississippi at that time, or did you seek licensure after your affiliation with We Treat?
I had been licensed in Mississippi for several years prior to We Treat. And I believe We Treat was probably my first client in Mississippi.
So do you have a connection at all to Mississippi, or it's not a lot of people who just tuck a Mississippi medical license in their back pocket. So what made you, or what brought you to licensure in Mississippi?
Well, I definitely wanted to be licensed in multiple states, and mostly with states where NPs needed physician collaboration, just in case that potential came up. But I also have one of my best friends who's from Annapolis, which is where I'm from, Annapolis, Maryland. He moved down to Gulfport, and I've visited there several times, and it is one fine town.
If you're from Annapolis, you're used to being on the water, so the water's a little warmer down here than it is
Sandy
there.
beaches too, sandy white beaches too.
All right. And then, so you had your license beforehand, you start this job as medical director. Now, I think there were some questions around what that really entailed, and I think we did see kind of what the contract outlined in particular, but most of us who have served as employed physicians usually end up doing a little bit more than what's written in black and white. So can you tell me kind of what a typical day is like? Because we've gone back and forth with conversations about how much of your time was clinical, what clinical responsibilities looked like versus administrative. I do understand that you've stated that the majority of your role was related to, I think, administration. It's not totally clear to me whether that is quality overview or if it's generating protocols or what have you. So could you just kind of explain to me, when you were doing that work, what that looked like and how you functioned in that system, what you were asked to do?
Yes, absolutely. So you have this record also, you have a record of me meeting with the nurse several times within a month. That's to go over protocols, safety, tell her what is not tolerated, to stick with the protocols. If you need me for anything, let me know. We all know that IV fluids with vitamins in them, AKA banana bags, aren't something that's terribly risky. And so that's why I took this position. It's not very risky. It's not very hands-on. There's NPs that take care of the patient intake. And it seemed very safe and redundant to me to have those multiple patient layers for patient protection. Almost like the layers we're supposed to have in our government to keep it from being overthrown type thing. And so the more protection you have, I think, the better. And I know I mentioned this before, but it's really interesting how Mississippi telehealth guidelines are some of the most innovative, progressive, and oldest in the country. And I was amazed at how much Mississippi gives telemedicine and how many areas you can go through for it. But to be specific and answer the question, it was more of a laid back administrative approach. She can't order IV solutions without a medical director and a medical license, and to have them on hand. And that's kind of where it ended. And if she needed something or had a question, she could text me or call me. I was always available for her.
So I guess the next question then that I have, so the clinical component for you was really just about, when this relationship was established, kind of providing some level of clinical oversight, and from your perspective was primarily focused on safety and adherence to protocols.
Yes.
Okay. And so just as and you're doing this while you're also serving in your practice capacity, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so so I understand that you are working with an organization that provides this service. Do you recommend or do you utilize these types of services in your own practice, or do you refer your patients to similar types of clinics or entities in your area?
Yeah, we have a mobile nurse who goes and does blood draws for patients. It's not very well covered by insurances, but she has her own business. There are nurses who go to patients' homes and give them IV antibiotics, endocarditis, 6 to 8 weeks, etc. But
guess
yes,
specifically thinking more about like according to like, do you use protocols like the ones that you used for We Treat? Do you use those? Because I don't want to confuse like outpatient home visits with home health nurses and those kinds of things, which I understand that internists use quite frequently to keep people out of facilities. But more so, like, for example, if you are seeing patients in your practice, do you see an obese patient and say, hey, you need to go and get some lipo B infusions? Do you have, I mean, or do you order those things and submit those claims to, you know, a payer so that they then will consider whether or not it makes sense to go out and do those things for other patients?
no, I do not do that personally. If that comes up, which it does, I know all of us physicians here, when we take a physician history and we do their medication list, I always ask about supplements, and most patients are on some type of supplements. And what I do when they tell me what supplements they're on is and I know what most of them are. I tell them if I think they're safe or not, or going to do anything or not. And so since these are vitamins and these are supplements, if I'm going to recommend something like that, I'll just say go to BJ's and, you know, get that vitamin, or it's okay that you're taking the glutathione or coenzyme Q10. But I'm an internist, and I'm very much in the practice of internal medicine. But there are books by NIH, Cleveland Clinic, Mayo Clinic that discuss natural medicine. It's out there. Your patients are doing it, and if you don't know about it, you could you could cause undue harm with them taking something that you're not aware of. And just to make one other quick comment about that, say a patient comes in with elevated liver function tests and you've done the whole internal medicine workup, and then you find out that if they just stop taking these, 20 supplements, the liver tests get better.
So, so what I think I heard you say is that primarily in your practice, you kind of go by I'm saying this, the surgeons used to always say when we're on our surgery rotation, if the gut works, use it. So typically in your practice, you would probably recommend supplementations, not by IV routes, but rather by like oral routes, unless there's some other contraindication.
Not typically, always. I've never sent anyone for IV fluids except to the ER.
All right. So I think that helps me to kind of just gain a little bit more clarity about those parts. And now I guess we'll get to, I had just a couple more questions and then I'm going to let the other board members chime in. So with respect to the issues of protocols versus standing orders. First of all, are you the person who, as the medical director in your role, were you responsible for the creation of, because we've gone back and forth, I've heard approve, and then I also heard drafting. So did you draft those protocols? And is it like where there are several medical directors, you all get together and agree upon it? Is it a collaborative effort? Or was this something that came from another place? It could be, a regular guidelines, generalized accepted standards of care or something. And then you just looked at it and said, this is not likely to be harmful, so I approve it. This is a reasonable thing for you to use. How did that work? Because if this organization was already in existence when you came into it, I'm just trying to understand where these protocols came from and how much of a role you had in their creation.
Yeah, so it's the latter. I have no role in their creation. They come from the pharmacies. The pharmacies create them, and I approve them based on the safety.
And do you work at all directly with the pharmacists? Like they have an in-house pharmacy team and you guys kind of get together as the clinical leadership to kind of talk about those things?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I have no role with getting together with the pharmacists. I think that'd be kind of a, what do they call it? A conflict of interest.
Okay. All right. So I'm sorry. Like I said, I really don't want to be redundant. And so I'm looking over some of the questions I had scribbled down, and if you've answered them already, I'm not going to ask you again. And so I guess one of the things that was a little bit confusing to me is they're listed as, so they're order sets. Order sets are groups of orders. That is kind of, I think, industry standard for how we use those terms. And so I think that distinction is actually one that's important, because when in an industry standard, if you use the term order sets, then it's considered to be orders. And those orders can be triggered without the physician immediately saying yes, but the physician, because they're standing orders, but the physician does have to go back and certify them. And so that's the whole reason why, even if they're standing orders, there's a line and those things have to be signed off on. By signing off on those orders, though, we are saying that we approved those orders and that those orders were carried out under with our permission, basically. Okay, so it's kind of one of those things. My kids know you can spend up to $10. And if I give them $10, they can go and do whatever. And then when they come back and say, "Oh, Mommy, I bought a cone of ice and I spent $7." Well, I've already given you 10. That's fine. You know, I'm approving it after the fact, but I already told you in advance you could have it. Just an idea. So I guess what's hard for me to understand is, as a physician who is signing off on something that is being administered, even if you are relying upon the individuals who may or may not be doing what they need to do. If you are relying upon those individuals' assessment, right? But you are still by signing off, you're the authorizing individual. Help me to understand what the difference is in that interpretation and your interpretation of the standing order sets, and what you were signing to or what you were saying yes to when you signed those documents.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, you're talking about these order sets that said that, right?
Yes.
Okay, and if you look at those, I don't think they have my signature on them. Also, when you look at them, you can tell that they're specific for that visit. So I think likely what is happening there is that they're being maybe mislabeled, but that's just the nurse doing their vitals, making sure that they're redundant in knowing and backing up what the patient wanted and what was authorized for, and then dating that visit with that. And maybe her order set means that she's, going to the back and getting that IV fluid, but there's no signature on that. That's not an order that goes to the pharmacist or the pharmacy. The protocol establishes all that. And so
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to so you brought up something, and I think this is a point that I need to be clear on, because you said there's no order that goes to a pharmacy. If we're an infusion center, I say we just because I'm being random. If we're an infusion center and we have the stuff in our possession, so by having it in our possession, purchasing it and storing it, and then dispensing it in real time, you're basically cutting out the pharmacy. The pharmacy's already been paid. We see invoices that have already gone to said pharmacy. So by ordering the stuff and bringing it in, that's essentially the pharmacy component, right? Because the pharmacy has given you what you've asked for. So when you have those things together and you then have a set protocol so that somebody knows what to go get and what to stick in the bag, I mean, you're acting as the pharmacy in that moment by mixing the stuff together. I think that's where we were going with this issue of compounding. But because I'm old enough to remember when the nurses had to go and draw up the stuff and stick it in there and push it in and all that before the pre-mixing in the pharmacies. So if they're doing that, they don't have the ability it's not within their scope to be able to mix those things without having a pharmacist, a physician, another person who's within their scope of practice to be able to do that. And so I guess the fact that it doesn't go to a pharmacy, you've already done the pharmacy load on the front end. So it doesn't go to a pharmacy, but by mixing the stuff, they're kind of acting in a pharmacy-ish way by doing that with an order that directs it, because you wouldn't expect a nurse just to look at a person and the patient say, I want 50,000 units of vitamin A. And they go, okay, we're just going to go do that. Somebody has to oversee that has clinical skill and acumen, right? To be able to make that determination. So I guess I'm just trying to understand, is the issue that it doesn't go to a pharmacy when it goes from the paper to the patient? Is that the disconnect in why it's not considered, or you didn't consider it an order, but just the protocol? Because protocol to me is about a lot of the non-medicinal components. And while there may be medical components of protocols, those medical components usually are given in pretty strict parameters about when you can give certain things and under what circumstances. And that's usually with a physician's permission and with their clinical expertise that is infused into those specific parameters. Are we in agreement with that, or do you disagree with that concept?
I'd definitely like to answer that question.
Yes, please.
And it's a great question. One of the things that has not been definitively established here through the records you or I am privy to is that if a nurse actually did do that, we take the medication and put it in there. We talked about nurses being able to do that. These pharmacies usually have this pre-made, but nurses are, in fact, still to this date able to do that. We did that with the COVID vaccine. We do that with IV antibiotics. The nurses mix them. The doctor does not mix them. They're just in my office alone. I have prednisone on my shelf. I have, Zofran, Phenergan, and of course antibiotics that nurses have to mix up. So I can understand the level of concern about that, but that hasn't been established, and that frankly isn't one of the complaints here. But if you look at also the invoices, they state what they're giving also, which is usually a pre-made, pre-mixed thing, and it makes it pretty easy that way. That way, you get away from the unsterile techniques. But nurses are able to do that, and that's one of their primary jobs is to mix and then infuse.
I apologize because I didn't want us to get tangential on because I really am trying to hone in on you came down here to talk about you. And so I want to make sure that we get a chance to fully understand that. But because you made a statement that it was something to the effect of it didn't have my signature, it didn't go through me. And I thought that was really important, because if it does have your signature, it would then suggest that it did go through you. And those orders do have your signature on them. And so I'm just trying to understand what your idea was about what that signature actually meant.
Just to go back to that, the infusion set orders, if I'm mistaken, please show me where there was a signature on there for me. I probably could look it up.
No, and I thought we had that Mr. Barnes had walked you through many of them, where he asked you specifically about your, and it was in the 200 level, where we looked at all of those individual experiences and encounters where those standing orders had been signed.
I found one.
Yeah, the ones and I think one of the dates, if it's any help, is like 6/14 of 24, I think, was on a lot of them. And this is not a memory test by any stretch of the imagination, and we have documents in front of us for that reason. So I see, and I think I wrote that 29, the 299 was not actually signed by you, but there were some that were.
Yeah, none of these
Yeah.
would have been
It's
signed
in
by
the
me.
50s. So in the 52s and 54s. And I like I said, I don't want to rehash, but yeah, so those that are the standing order sets that are not filled in, but that are signed and dated.
May I see that, please? Because all the infusion standing order sets that we were referring to are based on the patient being there in real time, and none of them have my signature on it.
So the documents that I'm referring to actually don't have that. They are like blank standing orders, kind of like if they were prefabricated, that are like from our Bates numbers, those numbers at the bottom, in the 50, like so 51, they usually go in groups of 2, odd numbers, 53, those order sets that are signed by you that say 6/14/24 and have your name on them.
Okay.
And it's all the 50s roughly. If you go through those are all there, included in the documents.
Madam President, may I hand in mine? I don't know if he's.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I don't, like I said, it's not a memory test. And we had gone through those before, so I didn't think that we would have to pull them back up.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I pulled one up and there's no.
But if you just go to the 50s, 50 through 60 will pretty much encompass, you'll see several iterations of those standing order sets that have your name and I don't know if they're electronic signatures or not, but they are signed and dated by you.
You're talking about the blank ones, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, the ones filled out don't have that information on them.
So what was the purpose of signing and dating blank order sets? If they're, for standing orders.
That is a great question. They're all dated 6/14, and I don't see anything else besides that date.
But you did authenticate, like you said that this was your signature, correct?
Yeah, I agree. I'm
Okay.
not sure what this is from, signing orders that don't have any patient information on them.
Okay. Well, thank you, because like I told you, my goal was to ask clarifying questions.
Yeah, and I did not see this, so I thank you for that.
All right. So, so at least for me, for now, those are all the questions that I have, and I'm gonna turn it over to my other board members. Anybody have any questions?
Hey, Dr. Cook, this is Randy Roth. Appreciate your effort in getting to Jackson. I'm a board certified internist from Pascagoula, Mississippi, and I'm not there in person because my 19-year-old daughter had her tonsils out this morning, and so I chose to Zoom in, but been part of the whole hearing. So just a couple of brief questions. To Dr. Owen's point, none of those papers that we just looked at from 650 to 640 were signed to be used later ahead of time, pre-authorization. You don't remember that?
I don't, and they're blank and they're for one day, and I don't remember that one day.
Okay. What percent of your practice, just walk me through inpatient, outpatient, and virtual that you practice?
90/10 outpatient. I'm an outpatient physician, and 10 virtual.
Okay. And
COVID was nearly 90% virtual.
As a really well-trained, board-certified internist, you believe that a lot of the things that you were writing or authoring or signing off on had positive clinical impacts on these patients that came in and paid for fat removal or hangover or muscular rebuild or sex drive or the menu that you preserved. As a board-certified internist, you felt that these would be indicated if cursory exam was performed early on these patients?
If you can give a banana bag for a hangover in the ER, I think you can give one in the outpatient setting as well. And they're just vitamins. So at best, you're replenishing nutrients and fluids, and at worst, you're not harming the patient.
Right, not harming him, but I mean, I guess I'll agree with the banana bag. We've given billions of those in our training, but the other things on that menu, albeit there is some data out, but it's very scant about the weight loss stuff and the other things in terms of having a positive clinical outcome in the patients. I just wanted to know if I thought Dr. Owen's question answered it also, but do you do this with your own private select set of 8 to 12 patients a day?
Absolutely not. I do not give them any of these pre-made or any IV fluids unless they have gastroenteritis or some other type of thing where they're dehydrated heat stroke, but not for this. No, not personally.
So last question, I guess, is just kind of, with somebody with your background and training, and obviously I don't have your CV, but you seem pretty well accomplished in the Maryland area. Why 43 licenses, and why reach out into this type of industry that I'm not saying it's not accepted, but it's a little bit off the beaten path? I mean, just tell me why.
Yeah, I mentioned that 6 to 10 patients does not pay my employees anymore per day. And I'm not going to see 50 a day just to keep the lights on and to pay my patients. That would be irresponsible of me and harm patients. And so I think if this is going to be done, meaning there are going to be clinics out there, you should at least have someone who can make sure that it's safe. This isn't a GLP-1 factory. It's not a ketamine factory. It's not a controlled substance factory or getting sleep medicine factory. It's a vitamin factory. And that's about as safe as you can get in medicine. And, not only can you find this stuff in pharmacies, but, you can get a lot of this stuff just by eating, white breast meat of chicken. So it's very harmless stuff. And patients are very inquisitive and knowledgeable nowadays. And at the very least, because they're going to go to someone, you can provide them a safe alternative that's very, very well monitored and regulated.
Great. Last question is, how many current APPs are you collaborating with? You mentioned that one of your reasons for being licensed a lot is to collaborate when APPs are in need.
Yeah, most of the APPs I collaborate with are non-prescriptive authority, which makes it easy also. And I would say I have about nearly 20 across the country, mostly in wound care.
Okay. Last question is, did you ever see a patient in the clinic that you came to medically direct in Gulfport?
No, I did not.
All right. Well, travel safe back, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Roth. Any other questions from any of the board members?
Yeah, I have a couple.
Dr. Kinard.
Yes, Dr. Cook. I'm Kirk Kinard. I'm general board member and practice anesthesia and chronic pain management. And I've employed nurse practitioners in almost every practice setting I've been in. And I see the validity of that, but some of the things I think you would agree that we're starting to see as locals is that questions about whether or not you send your own patients for these treatments are just to ascertain how deeply you really feel they're necessary. Whether they cause harm or not is one thing. Whether they're medically indicated and necessary and do anything is another. So there is an appearance that it's good enough for Mississippi patients, but not your own. So what is the reason that you're not working for We Care anymore? Is it solely because you discovered that a nurse practitioner listed you as a collaborator when you didn't authorize them to? Are there other reasons? Have you come to a realization that maybe this wasn't such a good idea?
Yeah, I'd like to answer the first part of your question first and say that I've talked about if patients are going to take this, which they do, you can easily get it by the oral route. That's number one. Number two, the Cleveland Clinic, the Mayo Clinic, NIH all have texts on this stuff. I mean, they tell you what to do and how much to give. And if they have books on it, there must be some legitimacy to it. Three, I don't do it in my own practice, not because I don't necessarily not believe in it, because I never said that. I just do it for the same reason I don't do X-rays in my practice. I don't do vaccines in my practice. I don't take blood in my practice. It's just too much. I'm an internist. I have too much on my plate already, just with patients. So to do that as well is just another layer that of minuscule stuff that you have to manage, and I'm already managing enough. And as far, what was the second question? I'm sorry, the second part of the question.
What's the reason for your disemployment from We Care?
Oh yeah. As we brought up the nursing board complaint that I made because they used my name without my permission or authorization or knowledge to become a collaborating physician with their NP. And thankfully, Mississippi monitors that. A lot of places don't actually monitor that or have data banks for that. Once I found they did that, that was an easy termination, extremely easy.
Yeah, thank you.
I just have one additional comment slash, I guess it's an observation more than anything. You know, we've kind of gone back and forth about the difference between, I think we use, and I think that's kind of human nature, right? When we talk about some of these things, we tend to go to one extreme or the other. And so we talk about like banana bags, which for those non-clinical people in the audience is kind of like it's like a cocktail of vitamins and nutrients. It's like a multivitamin in a bag that many of us who've trained have become accustomed to. If we've worked in emergency departments and seen people who've been, malnourished, or sometimes who've had gastroenteritis or have had problems with absorbing or getting adequate nutrition. We also saw it sometimes with people with substance use disorders or substance abuse. We could see that as well. But anyway, so we talk about the banana bag, and I guess I just think that it's important, since we're having this discussion and this discussion is available to the public, and ultimately the responsibility of this board is centered around public safety and protecting the public. I think it's also important that we think about the circumstances under which most of that happened. So most of us have seen banana bags being given in people who've shown up in the emergency department, who have a chief complaint, who've been evaluated by a physician in real time, or at least a licensed clinician in real time, and who have either done laboratory assessments or a physical exam to make the determination that such intervention is reasonable and warranted. Not only safe, but reasonable and warranted. That's a little different because we've seen some examples of medical records here. We've not seen laboratory values. We've not seen a diagnosis of hypokalemia. We've not seen any demonstrated evidence of dehydration or diagnoses for those things, which we do typically give IV hydration. And I mean, to your point, the reason why we use the intravenous route, which is more invasive, is because by being more invasive, we expose people to greater risk. And that's why people don't say, hey, what are y'all doing tonight? Man, I'm feeling a little hungover. I'm just going to go down to the ER and get hydration in a banana bag, because people don't go to the ER for that. And if you go to the ER and you say, I'm showing up because I want X, nobody says, well, come on in. We're going to leave the light on for you. Those things are typically done under different circumstances where there's actually pathology or some problem that reaches a clinical point where people, now I'm not saying people end up drunk in the emergency department, but what I'm saying is that there's usually, you don't just get it from an elective standpoint, usually in the hospital setting. So I do believe that there's a distinction. And I think a lot of that rests in the clinical evaluation. And I didn't say that really to get us off of the focus of this discussion, which is really more about the practice of medicine than it really is about direct patient care. I think you've at least acknowledged that as well. But I think that it's important as we're having these discussions that people understand that what is being offered and in these IV therapy places are not exactly the same. It may be similar services, but the circumstances and the processes are very different in many instances. And that is a distinction with a difference. And so I just feel like as we are doing this and we are having conversations around this type of work, it's not about a business model, because the business model is irrelevant to this board. How people conduct their business, our issue is about protecting the public. And also, I think in some ways, making sure that physicians don't get abused or misused by companies because they need what you have. And if you are a person who has a good reputation, they are going to flock to you. They would love to have you because you add credence and you give them more prestige, because they say, well, I mean, look at these doctors that we have working for us. But then when the time comes for the accountability piece for the requirements that affect you, because guess what? We Therapy is not our licensee. We don't have any jurisdiction over them. Then that's when we find ourselves in these types of situations. I think it's as much for patients and the public, but it's also for good doctors who are out there who need to be there for patients, who sometimes may be misled or sucked into these kinds of situations. So, I mean, it's bigger than just one thing. And unfortunately, this kind of stuff we see quite often. And I'm sure there'll be more to come. Any other questions at all? Ms. Gaines.
Thank you, Dr. Cook, for being here, and the train ride. I would love to hear about that experience. Madam President, I need some clarity. I am the public non-medical person, consumer member. Like Madam President said, this is more a business model. I'm hearing client. What about patients? You're not referring them as patients, but as clients. And what age group are these clients? Can you say what age group?
Yeah, I really don't recall if I said the word clients. I think I've said patients multiple times, but if I did, that's not my intention to minimize that. The age ranges are 18 and over. Most of them tend to be in their 40s. But I'd also like to say, in addition to that, I want to make sure we put a magnification on the medical director role, what was done with it, and was it done within the rules and laws? And from what I researched and what is very plain, it sounds like that was done. And with the multiple layers that we provided in this model, it was very patient protected. With what we're giving them, very patient protected. So, you know, to answer your question, I think safety was a big concern, and that's why I took this position. It was not risky at all. This is not risky anything. And you can find this literature in any of the big institution books. You don't have to want to practice it, but there's a lot of literature on it. And if a patient is going to do it, they should be doing it at a place that's very well safe and regulated.
So the nurse practitioner, after they fill out their application online, the nurse don't collaborate with you as a medical director or collaborating physician before they see the patient. They don't.
That is absolutely right, Ms. Games. I am not a collaborating physician. That is not my role here. I did not sign up for that. That was not in my contract. That is a different role via the Mississippi Board of Medicine rules and guidelines. And I know that because I am a collaborating physician, as we just all heard. And so this role has a very specified role, and I stand my lane with it.
So as my final question, as a medical doctor, you took an oath. You're a medical director for this business. As a non-medical person, you're that standard. Isn't it your responsibility to see what goes on to the patient and their well-being?
Well, I tell you what, part of doing no harm likely means you've seen, evaluated, and treated that patient. Medical director roles are very generalized, as we've already discussed, and it could mean a lot of things at a lot of different places. So if you are the medical director of said clinic, where you are seeing patients there and you're over the whole clinic, I think your role is more general. If you are, say, a medical director at a BioLife plasma donation center, of which I am, I don't have any patient contact. I oversee the safety of the protocols in the area. As a matter of fact, I'm not supposed to have any patient contact. It's in the contract, and it's part of my my role. And in this role, I ensure that the protocols are very safe. That's my layer. And as someone who's at the top, as you say, I don't think I'm at the top at all, but someone who's up there, you do have other levels of regulation and people that can make sure patients don't get sifted into the wrong area and get hurt. And I honestly believe that if you were to have an IV hydration center, this is the safest model to do it with. Multiple layers of safety and protocols that have been signed off, and again with vitamins.
Any other questions from any of the board members? Dr. Roth, anything else that you have?
No, ma'am, I'm finished. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Lippincott.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Owens. Hi, Dr. Cook. I'm Kim Lippincott. I'm a psychiatrist up in Tupelo, and I don't know much about this stuff, but I noticed on the orders it was for a liter of fluid. Is that correct?
I did not see a liter, but was that something that was given, or was that something that was ordered, like from an invoice?
It says mix 1 liter of normal saline or ringers with, the vitamins and stuff. And I was just curious,
it routine to administer a liter of fluid to these people that ordered their, their infusion?
Please let the record show that I specifically said most of these patients get 250 to 500 cc's. If they are getting a liter, and I don't know specifically they are because I'm not the NP that states that they can get up to a liter, but they would be more than deemed healthy to do that, as that's not a lot of fluid when someone's dehydrated or a bigger person.
A liter is not a lot of fluid.
64 ounces is what we recommend in a day to a regular person. 80 liters, 80 ounces. Did I say liters before? 64 ounces is what we recommend for a normal adult regularly per day, up to 80 ounces for someone who's more active or has a bigger BMI.
And what period of time is this infused over?
I'm not sure, but I think it says 30 minutes on there, 30 to 60 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. And of course, the smaller the amount, the quicker it can be infused.
What kind of complications could a liter of fluid over 30 minutes cause?
Yeah, we talked about if you have disorders of the kidneys, the heart, the liver, pulmonary disorders, it can cause fluid overload. And of course, the biggest ones that we haven't seen happen are allergic reactions. Okay. And that's why they're monitored and evaluated by the nurse practitioner prior to all this, because we want to make sure they're healthy prior to getting any fluids.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also noticed that one of the patient charts was for a person over the age of 70 who was hypertensive. So I thought that was interesting too. Just the amount, because I think if you're thinking about administering fluids to a 40-year-old person who, may be healthy or appear healthy, compared with maybe a 70 plus or 80-year-old person who has a history of hypertension, who's also menopausal. I at least would hope that that would be the case if it's a female at 71 or 81 or 91. But I think that, when you think about those things, I think that those kinds of nuances for individuals who, like when I say those things to an internal medicine physician, that means something. And you think differently about what that infusion looks like and why the rate matters and how much volume you give. And then you think, well, if that person has hypertensive disease or if that person has diabetes, then all of a sudden I want to know, well, how long have you had it and what other things are going on? Because that means something different than a person who has partied too much or who comes in and who just feels like or who might have just read it online that they need some fluid or they feel like they need fluid. So I think sometimes it comes across as being benign. And I think a lot of the public is being marketed to in a way that this would be thought of as a benign situation, without sometimes recognizing the nuances that go into it that make it not as benign as might be thought. And it may be benign in one person, but for a different individual, that very same intervention could potentially be lethal. And the only difference or the distinction there is having a person with clinical acumen who can actually do that assessment. And again, that's kind of how we're trying to pull all this together. But when Ms. Gaines asked you a question, and this is my last question, she brought up your role as medical director. And I just wanted, again, I promised you clarifying questions. You said that the issue was about how we define medical director. And so I just wanted to hear, can you explain that to me? Because I interpreted that as you believing that the main question is whether or not you are functioning under the umbrella of what a medical director is by the Board of Medical Licensure. And I don't know that that is the issue or the main concern for the board as it pertains to that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that question. One of the last things your attorney asked me to look at was that page about Mississippi Medical Director guidelines about IV fluids. And so when you think about that guideline, you have to look at Mississippi rules and regulations. I mentioned that medical director, as we all know, the term is very, very broad. But in Mississippi, under these guidelines of which I'm being accused or allegations of wrongdoing, I wanted to make sure I stay and I know what those guidelines are. And so that's what I did. Now, in addition to that, you have what I signed the contract for in being someone who works for another company as a 1099 employee, and what they had me do. And it specifies, as you all have, what that is, which we've talked about. And so I think if I start talking about every other type of medical directorship I could have been doing, it would minimize what my contract says and what the board says. And I don't think that would be helpful for me. And lastly, you know, I understand your excellent point about an elderly lady with hypertension. I'm not sure how high her blood pressure is, what her comorbidities were also, but we do give IV fluids to elderly people all the time, and they can be very, very sick. They don't always have to be hypotensive. They don't always have to have a normal blood pressure. And in that case, I'm positive it probably wasn't a liter either. And she probably drinks more than that daily anyway. And was that a one-time occurrence of her blood pressure? Was she anxious? You know, there's a lot that goes in that history.
No, I understand that, but I think your point is well taken. And just like you very eloquently pointed that out, like, I mean, that's the whole point. That's how we assure safety. But I mean, I think our patients need and deserve that kind of insight. And that's kind of why we're set up the way that we are. And I understand that you did not sign on to be a collaborator. But I do understand also how your expertise and skill were leveraged. And you've been very helpful in clarifying that for me. And I do appreciate it. I mean, we really appreciate you taking the time to be here with us and to kind of sit through this and I'll say me, because I ask the most questions, me and all my questions. So thank you very much for that. Anything else from anyone?
May I say one other thing? Last point from me, you know, having been on the peer review board for Maryland for a very, very long time, I'd like to just mention that generally the allegations and punishment kind of fit the crime, as you could say. And when I look at the three allegations here, and what they could do to my license, which is not that bad, from what I understand. My thinking process is that what was done, even though I think it was done via the board rules, does not fit, the punishment. And so I just like you to take that into consideration, if you wouldn't mind, because if you look at the layers in the regulation, the innovation, the board, the telehealth medicine, and put it all together, this might just be a case that does not fit 100% with what you have printed in the board guidelines. And if that's the case, so no one else gets, turned into having to come down here and fight for their license also, this case might be the case that makes us think about having wider, broader guidelines that fit every area that's not printed in the board guidelines. So I appreciate if you think about that, and I definitely appreciate your time. You give me a lot of time, and I'm very grateful. And as the saying is, be humble or life will do it for you. And this is definitely a humbling experience.
Yes, I'd like to say so.
Dr. Gersh.
I think that. Yeah, thank you. I'm not too good with computers. First I want to congratulate you. I think you were very eloquent and very smart and made a beautiful presentation. Thank you. I think, though, that there's a lot of emotion in this situation, and we have to avoid it. Whether we like infusion therapy or not, I don't think is relevant to the discussion. Whether we thought you should have been more active or less active as a medical director isn't what we're making the judgment on. It's whether we think you really crossed the line or not. And so I'm just suggesting we need to watch the emotion in this situation. But thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gersh. Anything further from any of the board members? Dr. Lippincott.
We've heard a lot about this contract with the business, and I was just wondering, do we have that in our evidence?
It's in the documents that were provided.
Where would I find that?
You'll have to ask Mr. Arcier. I don't know where it is. We don't have any record of receiving those documents. I'm not saying there's any misconduct or anything. I'm just saying we have.
Okay, thank you.
Claire.
Doug, wasn't it in this stack? Because I thought
It should
fanned
be.
past it.
Yeah, it should be. My paralegal was supposed to have emailed it to Mr. Barnes. I don't know, but you may not have, because we had a lot going back and forth.
Accidents happen. I'm not accusing me.
No, just to clarify, just to make sure it's in responding.
I thought it was in here.
I don't know, index wise where it would be. I don't understand.
But it was in your exhibits. You did
Should
produce
be.
it. Okay.
Because that's what I was looking for.
And we treats distinction on the two were on their website, which we talked about in the first meeting as well. Specific distinction for medical director, specific distinction for collaborating physician.
And you did say that prior to your work, it was after this issue arose that you became aware of the guidance on IV hydration therapy document that had been put out by this body, correct?
Say again?
I just wanted to be sure when we presented the document on guidance on IV hydration therapy that came from the board that went out to the licensees, that was after your experience, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
just wanted to be sure.
When I read that you sent to me, yeah.
Anything further? Dr. Lippincott, did you have a specific question about the contract, or did you just want to lay your eyes on it? Okay. All right, any other questions? Then we'll turn the meeting back over to the hearing officer.
Okay. All right. Now the board's question the witnesses, any redirect or any follow-up?
No, ma'am.
No. None. Okay. Any, is a witness, you may step down.
Thank you.
Okay. Any more witnesses, Mr. Barnes?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Mercier?
The respondent has nothing further.
Okay. If both sides rest, then we'll entertain closing arguments.
This has been a long day. And I understand that I have helped to make it longer in some ways. So I just want to refocus, kind of as Dr. Gersh did, get the emotion out. You know me well enough to know that I get frustrated, and sometimes I show it and sometimes I shouldn't. But the charges in this case, one, violating the prescribing rules. The guidance states what is required for there to be a valid physician-patient relationship, the steps that are necessary then to end up with an order for IV fluid to be administered to a patient. Charge 2, in any way assisting the unlicensed practice of medicine. Standing order sets, we've had other doctors before this board who at least admitted that their standing orders were, quote, standing orders. That's been a little obscured here, but they certainly say they're standing order sets. And the third charge is unprofessional conduct. And that is based on the fact that if you find a physician guilty of violating any of the regulations, then there's also a separate section that they have violated for unprofessional conduct. On the stand, the defendant read from some documents, which I don't know where they came from. They're not this board's regulations, and about medical director and their duties, they didn't come from this board. And this board's regulations control. And the guidance this board issues clearly states that this type of conduct, this type of practice or business arrangement is unlawful. How did this appear to the public? When a medical director's name appears on the website, how does the public perceive that? The public's not privy to the contracts and the intricacies of what may or may not be going on with the business owner. Doctor just said perhaps the guidance should be broadened so it fits 100% of the situations. I submit to you that this guidance absolutely applies to this situation. And indeed, it's one of the very situations that guidance was intended to prevent. There's been a lot of, this business model, I suggest that it is designed to be smoke and mirrors. It is intended, it has layers and layers, which are intended to obscure the ultimate line of responsibility so that you can turn and say, this is the person responsible. This is the person whose prescriptive authority was used to order. This is the person whose prescriptive authority was used to administer. And so, yeah, there are layers and layers, but they don't make the responsibility clearer. They make it less clear. I'd like to mention that the entire video of the meeting that Dr. Cleveland and I and others had with Dr. Cook, that video is in evidence. It is available. It's about 25 minutes long total, but it is available if the board wants to view it. And if you have any question as to what answers were given at that time, I would just like to end with this statement, which I believe absolutely covers this, the whole contract business, the business model, my responsibilities according to wellness, etc. Licensees of this board must at all times remain mindful that neither a business nor business owner can lawfully exercise control over the manner in which a physician provides medical services, nor interfere with the independent exercise of a physician's judgment. Physicians' professional judgment and responsibilities, ethical obligations to patients cannot be bound by a contract with a third party. That's between the physician and that third party. I believe that the evidence is clear and convincing that Dr. Cook is guilty of each of these offenses, and I respectfully request that the board find so.
I'm going to start by repeating some of what I said in opening. Because has been an awful lot of talk about the business model, and we treat and more health and wellness. There's been no evidence whatsoever that Dr. Cook is an owner or proprietor of either one of those organizations. No evidence whatsoever that he designed the business model or implemented it. He's a part of the model. They recruited him and he served a purpose in that model. And if they're doing something improper or illegal, that's something that maybe the Mississippi Attorney General needs to look into, somebody that does have jurisdiction over them. Whereas we're talking about Dr. Cook's license here, whether or not he was unwittingly pulled into this thing because he is a good doctor, or whether or not there was some other purpose. There's no evidence that there was any patient harm to anyone. There's also no evidence that there were any scheduled medications we're talking about here. We're talking about vitamins and supplements. Mr. Barnes is a good lawyer. If there was any evidence like that, you would have heard it. There's nothing like that. We talked about the contract, and I think this is an important point because the contract does talk about, we know from his testimony, that's the only evidence in here so far is his testimony. He worked under contract, and I think it's actually in the allegations somewhere that he worked under a contract with this company. That company hired him to do something, and they gave him the title as medical director. I could hire a paralegal, and I can give her the title as medical director. That doesn't make that person subject to these regulations here. But the point is, when you talk about medical director and you didn't do as a medical director would do, Mr. Barnes has not given you any law, no regulation, no statute that says, these are the duties of a medical director in Mississippi. This is what you must do. It's not, he didn't put it out there. It's not there. That's not in evidence. All we have is evidence of the medical director requirements and duties that Dr. Cook has testified to. That's the reason that is important. Dr. Cook's integrity is unassailable. He's been practicing a long time. He's never had any problems. Never been in trouble with any board. He's never had any criminal record. His NPDB record, spotless. The state of Maryland thinks enough of him to let him be on their peer review. He's a good doctor. As soon as he detected something improper here, the impropriety, he resigned, or not, he terminated the contract. He said, no, I'm not going to be a part of that. He didn't just terminate it in Mississippi, he terminated it everywhere with them. Something that is a little bit bothersome too is the nurse practitioners and what they did. There was questions over and over from Mr. Barnes trying to get Dr. Cook to say he was responsible for what these nurse practitioners did. Again, under that terminology of medical director, how else would he be responsible? Over and over, and Dr. Cook denied, no, I'm not responsible for them. And he's not under his contract. And there's nothing under any definition of medical director with the regulations or statutes for practice of medicine that says he is. Now, we talked about, or we heard about the guidance. The guidance regarding IV hydration therapy from the Mississippi State Board of Medical Licensure. I'm not sure the date that this came out, but it's
September 5.
I was just told it was 2023. My point really is not that. My point is there were questions asked of Dr. Cook about, did he read what South Carolina law was, or maybe even Alabama, specifically South Carolina, I remember. That's of no consequence what South Carolina law is. We're talking about this state, Mississippi, and this board. That document states, once again, this issue of medical director, it says, such unprofessional conduct includes apparently common practices such as participating in an IV hydration therapy spa or clinic in a position such as a, quote, medical director, close quote, without ensuring qualified personnel performing each required task and attempting to
circumvent professional standards or regulatory requirements through the use of so-called standing orders that purport to permit registered nurses or other unqualified personnel to make diagnosis and prescribe IV medications. There's two big points I want to make here. I doubt there is a doctor around who doesn't delegate to a nurse prac or others. So he is allowed to delegate, although he didn't do it. He didn't specifically delegate. He said, here are my protocols. The model that was designed is what delegated. He didn't employ the nurse, the RN. He didn't employ the nurse practitioner. Those were not his employees. Those were not his subordinates. He had no supervisory authority over them. But there's another big point. This guidance is not law. It's what it says. It's guidance. The laws or the statutes under the Medical Practice Act, which you're trying to overhaul, and the laws of the regulations. This guidance is not a regulation. So to try to impose liability, although I still think he qualifies with what he did, regardless of what the language is here. But if this is what's going to be used to try to say that he committed a violation, is the violation going to be that you're going to say that he violated a guidance? That's not what the law is. The law is whether or not he violated a statute or a regulation of this board. And he hasn't done it. And last, I'd just like to say from the personal side, Dr. Cook is a physician here trying to defend his license the best way that he knew after he found out what went on. And then he received the summons and affidavit from this board. This could happen to any one of you. It could happen to any member of this profession. This is not as simple. This is not a simple matter. I think everybody sees that. That's the reason it's been so long. This whole hydration therapy clinic issue and the models that are being used by different organizations, it's complicated, and there are innocent people caught in webs all the time. And Dr. Cook is not somebody that is guilty. He's not done anything intentional. He's not done anything to try to violate the regulations or statutes of this state or any of the other 42 states where he has a license. And the impact of an adverse decision against Dr. Cook and his license will have a domino effect in these other 42 states. What does it do to the healthcare provisions, the provision of healthcare, I should say, in those 42 states? So I ask you to consider all of that when you deliberate and find that he has not violated the statutes or regulations of the state. Thank you.
That will conclude the hearing today in the matter of Dr. Cook, and I will turn it over to Madam President.
Thank you. Okay, so you all have heard the testimony from the licensee regarding the the issues in this matter. At this time, I am willing to entertain a motion.
Yes, I'll make a motion that we consider closing this meeting to consider going into executive session for further discussion.
Second.
Thank you, Drs. Kinard and Gersh. It's been moved and properly seconded that we close the meeting to consider whether to go into executive session on this matter. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? At this time, the meeting is closed. Ms. Games has an issue that requires her to leave. So. Oh, I'm sorry. We're back in open session.
Before they announce the decision, I would want to make, for the record, to clarify, we were provided a copy of the contract, and that has been added as Respondents Exhibit Addendum 1. So no objections from respondent for that, correct? No objections, Mr. Barnes? Okay, all right. I'll turn it back over to Madam President.
Thank you. So the board has deliberated in executive session, considered the evidence that was presented, and including the addendum that was mentioned. And Dr. Kinard is going to give the board's decision.
Thank you. The board's decision as to count 1, not guilty. Count 2, guilty. Count 3, guilty. The licensee shall complete a board-approved medical ethics course in the next 6 months. And the details of how to go about that and any other details about how to proceed can be addressed with our executive director.
Thank you all very much. Please feel free to reach out to Ken Cleveland next week. Next week? Next week?
Yes.
Okay. Reach out to to Ken next week. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
All right. So now we'll move on to the last item of on the agenda, which is just determination of our next meeting.
No, 16, that big.
Yeah, I said it from straight off the top of my head 4 hours ago, but so so the meeting dates, July 16th and 17th, is that going to work for everyone for Ken's inauguration? Yeah. No. Ken's coronation and Ken's. Is that going to work, guys?
Thanks very much.
Good. Okay. So, so no change in those dates. We'll stick with the 16th and the 17th. And in the meantime, I hope everyone stays happy and well, and we will see you all then. If we get a motion to adjourn.
I move that.
All in favor? Yeah. Thanks.